Alright, hello everyone, I think we're live. Welcome back to the stream. Today is January 15th, 2024. We find ourselves midway through the first month of 2024. And you guys all know what that means. That means we are ever so close, of course, to UNI2's release day. This is very exciting, of course. Although this does mean that UNICLR is about to come to an end, which is a bit... Honestly, yeah, it's sad, but right now I'm not feeling so sad as I thought I would. UNICLR obviously has probably not been the most popular among entries in the series, at least recently. So given all that's happened over the past 3 years, I think most people are more than content with bidding our farewells to UNICLR and saying hello and welcoming positively UNI2. But anyway, all of the formalities aside, today the plan is to discuss UNICLR in retrospect, and we're also going to watch a few of the last tournaments that took place for UNICLR in Japan, at least the ones that, in my opinion, were noteworthy enough. There are a couple of tournaments that I haven't caught that we will not be watching or analyzing today. That's not to say that those tournaments are not worth watching, but more so, time is always our suppressor, so unfortunately we won't have all the time in the world to talk about every tournament that did take place in the past couple of weeks in Japan. But that aside, we'll do our best to cover the ones that we will be talking about. So yeah, that's the plan for today's stream. Hope you all enjoy. Part or all of this VOD may be going up in main uploads at some point down the line, although given how close we are to UNI2 already, I'd need to trim or edit the portions that would go into main uploads before UNI2 releases to make it worth doing, and I don't know if that's gonna happen. So regardless, those of you that tune into the stream will be rewarded with some thoughtful discussion. At least I hope to give some thoughtful discussion. But yeah, anyway, so what we're looking at here is the official portal site of Under Night and Birth. This website's been around since as long as I can recall. It was probably up even as early as before the game officially released at arcades in 2012. I have to imagine that this website was released during the location test that took place for the game early on, because there are archived information dating way back to that time period. And I feel like this website's underutilized as a resource to just revisit early information that was documented by French Bread, not just on the game and how it progressed over time, but also on events that took place, on snapshots of moments from tournaments, from artwork, those kinds of things. I think it's good to look at this website, check in on it, and see how the devs themselves kind of document these sorts of things. But in particular, of course, you guys can look back on your own through the many posts that were done over the game's lifespan dating back to 2012. But we're going to focus specifically on some of the recent tweets that French Bread have been making on the official account for In-Birth PR. They've been doing this, I believe, since the dawn of the new year. Basically, they've just been posting a few clips saying hey, this is something new that's coming to UNI2. And I think a lot of these things, aside from the fact that obviously the game is going to make several gameplay improvements to hopefully push it across the line for a lot of people that are new to the series. But also, these quality of life improvements are literally off the charts, top tier. It's pretty insane. It's going to be hard to highlight every single one of them since there are so many that they've been posting since the start of, I think, basically since just before the new year began, yeah. But one of the bigger ones I think we can go ahead and focus on here is the fact that you have frame data available in training mode. And this is not even just red, blue, or yellow highlights on the character. This is straight up the number, straight up. You get the value on block, you get the recovery value, you get the startup value. You don't get the active frames, it appears, but this is perfectly fine. I'm gonna do full screen even though it's blurry. Sadly, Twitter is awful. But we can see here that we're able to get the startup value, total duration of the move, frame advantage on block, whether it's a low, a mid, or a high. This is amazing stuff. This is stuff that devs have for a long time been hesitant to expose to the player in such a direct manner as this. But, and mind you, Tekken was one of the games that very controversially made this a paid DLC feature. But the fact that we're getting this in the game is pretty insane. This is going to be groundbreaking, and we've seen SF6 do this, and of course SF6 has, in many ways, like blown through the roof in achievements it's done for the genre. Not just, you know, being successful within the FGC, but even outside the FGC, being highly recognized as an amazing fighting game package. And I think Uni, honestly, aside from the fact that it's still relatively niche in its, like, I guess, scope and perhaps its reach, this is still quite an innovative game in terms of, you know, what it's attempting to do. And part of it is, of course, this frame data that we're getting in game. This is insanely exciting. Previously, we've had to use the redacted in order to have this available in the game, but now no need for it. We have it just directly available in a very presentable and clear manner. Hey Ultimate, what's up? Thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, you heard they added a ton of new stuff to UNI2, but they were on Twitter, so you don't know everything. Yeah, we're gonna go over them. We're gonna go over them sequentially, the important things. Unfortunately, on the official website's in Japanese, so, you know, it makes it a bit difficult to explain them without watching them. But that aside, like, yeah, they've been posting these things, and it's great. It's really good, not just to see that they know exactly what players want. I mean, obviously, Kamone plays his game avidly, right? Kamone himself is an avid player of Under Night and Birth, so it's no surprise that he knows exactly what the players have been asking for, and he's worked hard to implementing it. And these are things that were not even in the beta, mind you. So I'm wondering even if they had planned on implementing these things beforehand and then waited till after the beta, where a number of people's eyes were on the game, to then announce it, which is just huge brain if so. Or did they just decide to add these after the beta builds? And, you know, it was a smart move still, but perhaps, you know, not initially something they thought of, which either way, it doesn't really matter. The fact that they're in the game is more than enough, and it's really incredible. But yeah, I can't remember this one. We'll have to look at it to see. Sorry. And don't worry, the music in the background is just to fill some of the time that I'm not talking. Later on, when we will start watching the tournaments, then I'll have the music off, so no worries about it, if that's a concern. Yeah, I don't remember what this one was for. This might be to show the damage scaling. Yeah, okay, this is for damage scaling. Yeah, so this one, games like BlazBlue and Guilty Gear in the past have had their damage scaling values documented quite well on wikis. Like, you know, the P1, P2 values denoting the combo starter scaling, and then the forced paration, all of that. So I think the fact they're having this in the game readily available reminds me of Street Fighter 6, where you can see this really easily while you're in training mode. So I think they're probably getting inspiration from that, which is great. Personally, I don't know if this will be of major importance to people. Twitter acting silly as always. Okay, but yeah, anyway, you guys get the point. Like, this is nice. It's not like strictly required or anything, but hey, can't complain that it's in the game. If you don't want to see it, then you don't have to have it on. But yeah, this is just some extra information that's going to help for people that are seeking the specific numbers on these things. You know, early on, people mentioned about the UI not being up to snuff of UNICLR. Do you think visual changes like those might happen? That's a hard question to answer. I personally don't mind I'm trying to look for like a good place to see the UI clearly. I don't have a tab open for it right now, but I'm gonna be honest. Like, I didn't really have anything that I would think is worth complaining about. Maybe aside from the fact that, you know, the recurring void effect, I definitely like the way it is before UNI2, because in UNI2 it seems a bit like too what's the word, decluttered and like it seems like it was ridded of its personality, because you know the recurring void effect with all the text on the screen. I can try to pull up something from here maybe. Yeah, like here exactly, like, you know, all this text on the screen with like recurring void effects and this, like, you know, the red letters right here, right? Like this is just oozes personality, right? And it's kind of losing that in UNI2. Again, I don't have a good clip right now, but I can try to find one just to hopefully illustrate what I'm talking about. Just give me one moment, guys. Yeah, like part of what people's complaints are is that, like, you know, change is kind of I'm pretty sure like a lot of fighting game players and some other genres players are like this too, but a lot of fighting game players are averse to change. So naturally, anytime there's something new and different, it's going to be a bit hard to get used to at first. Okay, I have a clip here. So I personally don't like this as much. It seems like a little bit too decluttered and, like, for lack of a better word, simplified on the like just the, what's the word? Like the personality of it, the character, right? Like it's just, you know, it's not as, it doesn't stand out as much. There's still text here, but since the font they chose is a bit bland, and there's not like the red lettering in the initials of these words, it makes it feel just a little basic, you know, by comparison. But it's not a big deal. Like, you're not going to see this for that long. And also in UNI2 you can actually skip the recurring void effect screen here. This is skippable now, whereas before you couldn't skip it anyway, so you were always forced to see it. So I don't think it's a big deal. Like, in my opinion, it's good to change something like this between games so that it's easier for people to distinguish which version of the game they're on, regardless of whether it looks worse or better. That's just people's opinions, right? But it's important to change to have that distinction between versions, and it just makes it easy to identify which version is being played, right? Because if I were to pull up, like, I can literally pull up, like, UNIL right now, and a lot of people, no, I have a better idea. I will pull up a clip from some version of Uni, and I guarantee you, like, a lot of people will not be sure which version of Uni it is. Let me see. Yeah, just give me one moment. You're gonna have to bear with me on this. Ah, darn, the quality is gonna give it away. That's a thing indeed. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Ah, darn, okay, well, I think this still proves the point, but the answer is given away in the date, technically. But if you were to look at this video here, would you be able to tell which version of Uni this is? Aside from seeing the date, of course. You see the date and you see this text that Acho put here. But aside from that, would you be able to tell which version of Uni this is, just from seeing this frame? No, right? It could be Uni, it could be UNIL, it could be Unist, it could be UNICLR. Literally could be any of them. It's not until this plays out that you're like, oh, okay, this is vanilla because they're moving before the round starts. You get what I mean? So I think it's important to have some UI distinctions between versions. Again, it's not like even a big deal, even if they don't have it, but the way that it was changed in UNI2, I think, is the right idea. Perhaps the wrong execution, but it's not something I think is worth complaining about. It's basically a nitpicky thing. So, yeah, that's how I feel about it. Also, we don't need to see Reddit. Sorry about that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I see what you mean. It reminds me of Melty Blood Actress again. You also missed the iconic purple that was the identity of the last game, but now it's gray on the menus. Yeah, maybe that one is a bit more divisive. You know, again, it's just opinion for the most part. The character select, I think people will get over it. The older character select again has more of the personality and the unique flair that people have come to expect from Uni. Part of it too is that that's been the character select for the game throughout the entirety of its lifespan up to this point, right? So again, it'll just take getting used to for the new stuff, and it's important to have some delineations to allow people to identify these differences quickly, that hey, this is the different version of the game than before. But that being said, you know, it's also hard to reinvent yourself. You have to look for a good way to do it, and perhaps they didn't accomplish that. They didn't, you know, look for a clean way of redoing it while keeping it distinct and full of its personality. But you know, I think that's definitely a nitpicky thing as opposed to something crucial, vital to the game's success. You know, I know gamers love complaining, so they'll always find a way to complain about something, but we gotta really look at the right things to complain about, otherwise devs legitimately get confused. Like, I know people are complaining about crossplay, which honestly, that's probably the most worth thing complaining about, but I mean, it's not like Kamone's ignored the pleas of crossplay. We already know the answer. It's that they basically don't have the funds for crossplay, right? So, and I guess supposedly they don't have the time either, right? Because maybe Arxes didn't give them enough leeway for the release window. But yeah, so anyway, yeah, so we get combo scaling. The other thing we're getting here, I think this is save state. This is huge, and I think not a lot of people are talking about this as it should be talked about. Sorry, I know it zoomed out a bit earlier. I zoomed it in now, so that should be a bit more visible. But I think save states in training mode is huge, not even just for combos, but just for situations in general. You can reproduce like the post knockdown Okizeme at the press of a button, essentially. I mean, I know you can already do this with dummy recording, but even before, you would have to like know how to do the combo, for example, right? But it's like, no, now you can like basically create the save state for that moment and reproduce it in training mode like with incredible ease. It's amazing. And it's kind of I think it's natural for a game with rollback to have this, because you know it's able to store states on demand a lot more easily. But even with that in mind, like a lot of games with rollback haven't been doing this. So I think just seizing the opportunity, making use of the new system that this game is built on, supposedly due to the rollback upgrade, I think it's really goes to show like this game is seeking to push the limits. And again, it just reminds me of how SF6 was trying to push the boundaries as well with its release. Wasn't settling for the bare simplicities that a lot of fighting games tend to do these days, namely from Arxes for that matter. This game is really trying to set a new standard or carry it forth from SF6, whether you want to look at it that way or not. And some of these small things really go to show it in a very it goes a long way to show it, basically. And yeah, sure, people will complain that, hey, this game is not for them, but you have to admit that this game is still setting the standard, or is seeking to do so with some of these quality of life additions. It's really good to see. I can't remember what this one was for. We'll have to look at it. Okay, this is the throw tech trainer reaction thing. So I guess it's a fun mini game, but nothing too crazy. I think at first, when we first saw this during the beta footage at the Paris Games Week at Tokyo Game Show, it was like, whoa, right? Like frame data in training mode. But that was not the real implication at the time. This was just literally just a reaction trainer, which for proper, I don't want to call it high-level play, but I want to call it like in practical settings, this is not going to be entirely reliable, because when you're trying to react to something in a vacuum, it's very different than trying to react to something with a lot of other information being juggled at the same time. I don't want to, pretend that I know an exact number of how that would be added to this like in a vacuum reaction thing. But yeah, sure, like human reactions, 14 frames, reasonable. 16 frames, reasonable as well. But you can't really use these numbers like, as the law, because again, when you're doing it in training mode, very different than having to balance all sorts of conditioning layers that you and your opponent are exchanging with each other in a match. So we'll see. I mean, again, it's nice. It's a cool mini game. That's about all I feel about it. Yeah, hey, what's up, No Name? Yeah, of course. Thank you for tuning in. I'm glad you're able to catch it. We'll be doing the tournament analysis very shortly, at least the first one. I did want to talk a little bit about UNI2 just in general. We're just going to have a nice chill discussion for maybe half an hour or so, and then we'll watch our first tournament. But yeah, it's good to have some retrospective thoughts on UNICLR, air those out for a bit, talk about UNI2 as well, and then, you know, we can talk about the tournaments and yeah, have a nice time once we get to that. Yeah, like, I have no problem with it, honestly, as it's minor, but kind of jarring to see huge changes like this if you've been playing since UNIS. Yeah, I mean, if you know my position, right, playing since I picked up the game first in 2015, I think it was 2016, 2015, I can't remember the year, but yeah, that was back in like console / PC UNIL, and the game's interface hasn't changed much from that time up until now. The biggest changes in the interface, actually, again, I don't have an example to show at the moment, but these character portraits that you see here, let me try to zoom in more. I know it's kind of small on the stream, but these character portraits here, basically in UNIL and in UNICLR, they're the same, but in UNIS they used the story mode dialogue renders, or no, I shouldn't call it renders, but like the little portraits, I guess, as the portraits for this. And a lot of people preferred the ones from UNIL, so they brought them back in UNICLR. Interestingly, too, if you want to distinguish quickly whether it's UNIL or UNICLR, you could easily just check the highlight of these names. And I believe in UNIL it's red, and it's a slightly different font. And in UNICLR, it's I think it's blue. Anyway, that's just like a stupid little fact that won't matter in a week. But I've seen people get these games confused, and it's a little annoying because you can definitely tell when these people took notice of the game by what they call UNI2. I've seen UNIS 2. I've seen Uni. I don't think I've seen UNIL 2 as much, but I've seen UNIS 2 for sure. I've never seen UNICLR 2, I'm gonna be honest, but I've seen UNIS 2, I've seen UNIL 2, UNIB 2, maybe not as much. That one's a little bit interesting, but yeah, anyway, just a little amusing. Yeah, this one, let's see. Did we watch this one already? Is this the trainer? Yeah, this is the trainer. We watched it already. This one is, I think, network mode card or something, or the rooms. I don't remember. Yeah, let's just watch. Oh yeah, I've seen Toonie. That's the other one I've seen too. I don't understand either. I'm guessing Toonie is because it's like quicker. Technically, it's less syllables, but also that's just harder to search, I imagine. Like, a lot of people aren't titling their stuff on the internet Toonie, nor would they be looking for it in that manner. So perhaps in vernacular it suffices, but like when we're talking about the internet, it's probably better to just use an abbreviation that more people would be searching for or would call it by. So yeah, I don't understand Toonie either, but I mean, you know, I'm not gonna, like, as long as, like, you know, communication's all about understanding what the person's talking about, so, you know, I'm not gonna be nitpicky about that either. It's just amusing. That's pretty much all. You hope single player content is decked out. You love a boss rush similar to other fighting games in this one. Yeah, I wouldn't get my hopes up too high about good single player, unfortunately. That one I'm definitely disappointed about. SF6's single player was seeking to set a standard itself as well, and it doesn't really feel like UNI2 will have good single player. It seems the focus will definitely be aimed at the competitive player's experience through training mode and through online mode, and also, of course, the replays. I guess the nice part is that they're keeping intact the good trials mode and tutorial modes. Those will be excellent for onboarding new people. And I think mission modes in general serve as like a nice little basis. You know, you can graduate from it over time, and especially you have to be careful about which combos you choose to borrow from the trial/missions, because some of them make things a lot harder than they need to be. Actually, this is a good time to mention that we're on that topic. A lot of people didn't realize that the devs made a website for to document some good combos that people are using in UNICLR. And yes, this website was legitimately made by French bread. Like, I know it doesn't look like it. It's very basic looking. In fact, it's a Google Sites web page. But that being said, it's really digestible, well organized. You can jump to the character you want to look combos up for, and the combos are actually really good. The reason why they're really good is because they're combos that top level players actually use. They're practical combos. There are several bread and butters among them. And if you just translate to English, if you don't know Japanese, it should be decipherable. Most of these things shouldn't be too hard to understand if you know numpad notation. Yeah, these are like legitimately good combos for a lot of these characters from what I saw. And it's a shame too, because they mentioned it once, kind of offhand. I think I can't remember the year this was mentioned, but I bookmarked it like almost right away and also put it on the Undernight subreddit. But I still feel like a lot of people are probably unaware that it existed. So yeah, I can probably post this in the description or something. It's useful. It'll definitely be useful in early UNI2. So highly recommend if you're trying to learn some combos. Check this out. It's a good complementary resource to the mission mode. Yeah, so ooh, I did it on Seth. Let me copy the link from the main homepage. But yeah, otherwise, you know, single player content, again, I wouldn't get my hopes up on it. I really doubt that it's going to be anything sophisticated. It's probably going to be the bare basics. Yeah, the link's in the description, no name. Hopefully it's updated for you, and let me know if it's not. Otherwise, I'll post it in chat as well. In fact, why not just post it in chat? People will probably more easily see it as they come through. And, you know, I can just pin it for now and maybe later. If YouTube allows me to pin it. Oh dear. Can I not even pin my own message? Okay, there we go. Wow. YouTube sometimes. Okay. I guess I should let me redo this. I should say what it's for. So here we go. All right, let me try this again. There we go. Excellent. Okay. Sorry guys, one moment. Just need to reorganize my tabs now. Okay. All right. Man, you really like the music you're playing on the streams. You checked out this band. It actually sounds like Don Cab. Yeah, Chevrolet is awesome. I'm glad you checked them out. Yeah, the majority of their, I guess, albums don't seem to be that popular, except for basically the very last one, Capoeira. That one seems to be the most popular. And I think there was a post on Reddit that highlighted it slightly, but even then, there's just not a lot of exposure of the band. It was just today, in fact, that I was trying to look up some of their live performances, and a lot of the recordings aren't the best quality, but hey, at least they're out there. But yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed the music. I think music like this is excellent for background. And it helps for, you know, those that also like attentive listening, because I think there's a lot of cool things you can enjoy about attentively listening to this genre, so it's awesome. Yeah, they're so niche, even the math rock community. That is definitely true. Yeah, absolutely. That's the consequence of being, you know, a French band from the 2000s, a French math rock band from the 2000s. That's like, that's like niche within niche within niche, unfortunately. But they did have a couple of, I think their last 3 LPs were produced by Steve Albini in Chicago. So just by virtue of that, they've probably had the most exposure on their last 3 pieces of work. Although they're still pretty hard to find because they're barely on YouTube. And then the previous works before that, like, good luck finding them. Except for I think there's one website called like Dead Sea Pan or something. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, they have like some of the music on there. But yeah, really cool to hear, dude. I definitely agree. Don Caballero might have been their inspiration for some of their work because they definitely got like the American Don DNA in most of their songs. Yeah. Okay. So let me see. I don't remember what this was trying to show. I think it was like just network card, which again, you know, cool. It's not a big deal. This one, oh, this is huge. This is huge. So this is improving upon what they did in Melty Blood Type Lumina with the color customization. And I'm so glad that they first added it in that game so that they could look for ways to improve upon it. This is going to be actually amazing. Like KOF 13 had this, and I was hoping for any other sprite-based game after it to have it. So I'm so glad that that this game is having it too. Also, Twitter is just the worst website ever known to man, isn't it? Anyway, you guys get it. This is just showing the color customization. This being said, I do hope that tournament organizers try to put try to kindly but sternly enforce restrictions on color customizations in tournaments, specifically offline tournaments, maybe online tournaments too, who knows. But just in case it becomes a distraction or something that blends in with the background, you don't want any of that. So perhaps in tournament environments we limit to default or available colors that aren't like customization exclusive. But yeah, this is really cool still. What is this? Is this just RIP? Okay, I might need to look the English tweet for this one. So just one moment, guys. I do want to make sure to cover every single tweet that they've done because, having the full picture of what we should expect to see in UNI2 is good for ensuring that we can get the most enjoyment out of the game when it releases. Because trust me, there will be things that people forget, not intentionally, but if we forget them, then it becomes harder to give praise to the game for what it did well, and then thereby games that come after it are able to replicate it because those are things that people positively commented on. Let's see, casual match. There's no rank, so you can casually compete in matches. Okay, so this is just casual match. Got it. All right, we can move on. This one is ranked. Says ranked match is a mode where players compete against each other online in a ranked format. Rank and RIP are used as indicators of player and character strength. Right. Okay. So nothing new there either. Okay, so this one we're gonna talk about not because it's a good thing, but more so it's kind of a neutral thing. Like maybe this is where the game, for once, might have missed the mark. So this is talking about player matches, and it seems that the rooms won't allow for multiple matches to take place simultaneously, at least from our understanding. However, they did improve the look of the rooms, and I think it's in a good way. It's a positive way. This is not super out there like, classic, convoluted, nonsensical. I know Arxes thinks it's cute, but it's honestly just annoying and bad. But this is like a nice improvement to the layout and aesthetic of the player rooms. It fits the game, for one. Very important that it fits the game. It's not just some... Like, the joke was for Strive what's it called? Not the tower, but the little pixel characters that you go and you meet people. I forgot what it's called. You guys, I don't play that game. But anyway, I think the joke that Option Select had was like pixel like 2D platform or something like that, like has a neat fighting game mini game. It was so good. But anyway, I'm glad that they're doing this instead of something like what Arxes would do typically for their games. Fits in theme with the game. It's actually looks like an actual improvement in terms of the aesthetic wise. However, it was a missed opportunity, it seems, because they're not adding. Oh, are we good on audio? Sorry if the audio like cracked or something right there. Can't tell. But anyway, hopefully we're good on audio. So I'm glad that they kept it tame and usable, because I'm assuming that French Bread have developers that actually play fighting games. So again, great stuff to them for this. However, the opportunity was missed to make it possible to have multiple matches going simultaneously. It would appear to be that way, at least. So we'll see. Because if so, that is an unfortunate miss. It's not a negative, but it's definitely a neutral. Like, I'm hoping that maybe later on they can add this functionality. After all, GGPO should allow for this, and I believe that UNI2 will have GGPO for its rollback netcode. I can't remember if it was confirmed already, as after, like, before, a couple months before the beta, I was kind of, or I should say, a couple months before Evo, I was in and out of following the news for UNI2, so I'm not sure if they had already confirmed it, or it was already confirmed, but just by like some like detective work that was done on Twitter or something. But yeah, it's just unfortunate. It's a missed opportunity. Let's see. You're actually afraid that there's no place in UNI2 for you as a super new player in Uni series? You mean everybody is so hyped and everybody is so in depth in this game? Yeah, the legacy skill component is going to be hard to ignore. I do think there will be a good number of new players, at least early into the game's launch. But as it always goes with fighting games, the player base does tend to drop off like a couple months afterwards. That's just how it goes, right? This game should have a successful launch, I imagine, though. It'll probably do better than how Melty Blood Type Lumina did at launch. Which, if that's anything to go off of, that's honestly good enough for this game. Doing better than Type Lumina. But still, we have to keep in mind that, yeah, as you said, there's going to be some new people. There's going to be some very experienced players. And, naturally, there might be a lot of things to learn and overcome when you're starting. But you have to remember, everyone starts somewhere. I've talked about this in a video before, but even players like the likes of Oshuhito started from humble beginnings, right? Like, I think when he first played the game was in UNIL, Arcade UNIL, which was like 2013. And if you watch his footage from back then, which is on the internet still, you can tell he was still early on into his journey. But over time, he became over time he started to grow into his mold and understand the game a little more, get more experience with other players that are top caliber, and eventually, it was clear that he would rise to the occasion and become the best set that he is still right now. So I think it's still important to just remember that everyone starts from somewhere. You have to be patient with yourself. You have to understand that it might be a bit brutal in the beginning. But at the same time, you don't have to force yourself to enjoy it. If it's not fun, or if it's not desirable to have to go through that journey early on, and you're starting to realize that for yourself, then you don't have to make yourself suffer. It's not something that you enjoy. But and I guess how I feel for myself right now, I've honestly been playing the game rather casually. In terms of playing, I've been playing rather casually for probably the better part of a year now. Basically, ever since I graduated college, I've been playing casually. I haven't really been playing like super motivated competitively, other than I think one tournament, DreamHack San Diego last year. I was pretty serious about that event, and perhaps Slashback as well. I can't remember. But aside from that, like I haven't really been focused on playing with the intent to do well. I've just been, kind of cruise controlling and enjoying myself, right? Which, everyone will figure out that optimal level of enjoyment for themselves when the game releases. This is all to say though, like I still enjoy the game, and I'll still be making videos about the game. I'll still be streaming about the game and all of that. And I think that's where probably I can offer more in terms of helping people out than necessarily my gameplay, while keeping myself relatively sane, right? So if you can just find the sweet spot for yourself, I think things will go fine. But I do understand where you're coming from. If you try to hop online, you might run into the likes of Red Blade, and the experience may or may not be enjoyable. I do feel like a lot of people in the fighting community are masochist. They, for whatever reason, like the idea of trial by fire is something they embrace. And I'm not saying that's even a bad thing, right? It's just something definitely noteworthy about the fighting community. When you compare it to, I don't know, because there's some other competitive video game genres where players apparently love bullying new people. Like in Call of Duty, they love honing noobs, right? And it's like a very peculiar thing. In fighting community, I don't think people are like that necessarily, but also there are several people that don't mind a good beating, right? Because they know they're going to learn a lot, or it's like an honor to be able to play against players like that. But even then, some games might not allow for it to be enjoyable as much. Like, Marvel 3, if you're getting beaten up, it might not be fun, right? Depends. In this game, same idea, it might not be fun, but I think, you can just find out whether you're enjoying yourself in that regard. And, you don't have to force it. If it's something that you're not enjoying, then you can be honest with yourself and look for another way to do so. Sorry for that long-winded response, but yeah, I do want to answer it candidly. Hope that helped. Okay, so what is this? Oh, is this save state as well? I think it is. Yeah, this is showing the save state, but for mission mode, which is just beautiful. It's amazing. Like this is huge, you guys. I don't know how. I think it's impossible to overstate how major this is, though. Like, yeah, this is crazy. This is super good. Everyone complains about dropping the combo and having to start from the beginning, right? So like, why not the developers find the solution rather than the players have to bang their heads against the wall to figure out the combo? So this is excellent. This is how, because I can say this from the speedrunning perspective now that I've been into that recently a lot. Like, practicing different parts of the different sections of a run by themselves individually is much better and much more efficient practice than practicing the whole thing together every time, and then you get to like 3/4 of the way, you drop it, you have to start over from the beginning again, right? For a combo, obviously it's shorter in real time, so might be less frustrating, but still the same idea. Being able to practice each part, each segment individually is much more effective practice than, just like brute force trying to go through the whole thing every time and having to learn it, like, again, like kind of trial by fire kind of thing. Is there any save state for casual training? Yes, 100%. We talked about this earlier. Let me try to scroll up to it. I think it's this. No, this is the damage scaling. What is this? Yeah, it's here. This is the save state in training mode. You basically gotta like pause or something. So like they're just showing the dropped combo and then starting it over, right? You gotta like pause and then activate save state there or something like that. I'm not sure how many slots there will be available, but this is just like a basic demonstration. So yes, there is a save state for casual training mode, and I don't believe it requires the dummy to be doing anything. We'll see how much we can make use of this, because I do feel like there's just a lot of potential for becoming a lab nerd scientist for this, but the basic demonstration might not indicate all that's possible with it. But yeah, there is a save state for training mode. Okay, what is this? Okay, drop the combo. We all do. Is this showing the save state as well? Oh, battle speed. Okay, so yeah, you can change the battle speed in training mode now. This is a small change, but this is still good. Previously, you can only change the battle speed in mission mode, or you'd have to use third-party tools to do so. But now you can do so in-game in training mode as well, which is great. I've never used this feature personally, but I can see it being useful for some other people that want to slow things down, gradually build up the speed, and in terms of understanding the pace of the game and that kind of thing. So I think it should be all right. It would be even nicer actually if they had something like frame advance for training mode, like being able to advance frame by frame. Maybe they do, and I'm misremembering, but I think that would be nice to have in tandem with this. Dev's certainly playing FGs as well. Yeah, precisely. If you're not mistaken, you could use battle speed feature in Claire. You could, but I think it was only in mission mode, if I remember correctly. And if I'm remembering incorrectly, then my apologies. But yeah, you're right though. It was in Claire, but I don't know if it was in training mode. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if I'm misremembering about it's being in training mode, because I rarely opened training mode for Claire, let alone played Claire. So yeah, okay. What is this? So this is dummy things, right? Oh, I think I know where this is going. So you guys, before, you had to kind of, when you were trying to record stuff for the dummy, this was just silly. And honestly, it's so good that they're fixing this. But when you're trying to record dummy options, you'd have to basically press start recording, and then immediately, basically as soon as you press start recording, you have to start doing your input. Otherwise, there would be extra frames of inputs that are empty within the dummy recording, and it might not be accurate to what you're trying to do, right? So now basically what they're doing is that they have an option where you can wait for inputs before the recording actually starts, so that you can get frame one dummy recordings, essentially. It's really good. This is amazing. This is what allows for recording any reversal in the game without needing to scroll through the reversal action menu. But not only that, it also just allows for you to basically create any situation you want without having so much trouble, because, hey, it's not waiting for my input. So yeah, this is great. This is excellent. Huge feature right there. Yeah. What is this? Yeah. I mean, I'm just seeing these, and the game has come so long. It's come such a long way. It's amazing. Cause yeah, I'm thinking even back to UNIL, PC UNIL, console UNIL. Yeah, there was not even a tutorial in that game. There's not even tutorial mode. There's not even a mission mode, and the training mode was passable at best. Fast forward 5 years or 4 years, I guess, later, 20, or I guess maybe it was, no, I guess it was 3 years, because console Unist, and we got every mode that you guys kind of take for granted now, don't you? We got mission mode, we got better training mode, we got tutorial mode. Yeah, those weren't in the game in UNIL. And now we get we go from even what we had in console Unist to now what we're going to get in UNI2 with probably one of the best fighting game training modes. One of the best fighting game training modes right now. Pretty crazy. The real useful thing would be adding an audio response to your input. It was in BBCF before. This is kind of useful in terms of learning tough timings. So BBCF has SFX, right? Basically it's, I can't remember how it goes, but it's I know what you're talking about though. It's like a sound effect when you press some of your buttons, and it's like an accessibility option. And they had it for the trial mode too, right? For BBCF. Yeah, that would be cool to have for this game too. So what is this? Character select. What? Okay, I'm honestly not sure. Like, I'll have to look at the English one. This was one of the recent tweets, so let's see. Moving. Oh, okay. This is for random select. I see. Cursor. Yeah. So for character selects, if you move the cursor off the character select, then it becomes a random. I don't really like this. Why didn't they just add like a random icon? Like, come on now. You know, because a lot of people intuitively will just move off the icons to the left to go back to the other end on the right? But this is just, in my opinion, not intuitive, and why do they do this? But whatever. It's better than what it was in earlier games where you had to flick up to make it random. But anyway, like, yeah, I don't know. This doesn't seem that useful. Nor is it necessarily something good. There are some other tweets that weren't posted on the website just yet. They said they adjusted the tint of characters and stages to make them easier to see. Here we go. We can get this up. They said they've done that, which is good for, again, accessibility. These things do matter, guys. So it's good that they're doing them. This is huge. This is the most important thing, other than some of the other things we said previously. But the inputs being more lenient with regards to like stuff like half circles is huge. A lot of people starting to play hitbox nowadays. The half circle inputs in Uni are notoriously unlenient. You cannot miss a single direction on the half circle in order for it to be registered as a half circle. This will now change in Uni2. In Uni2, it seems like it will be allowed as even if you're missing any of these in the beginning. But maybe you still have to hit. I don't know. What does this imply though? Do you have to hit like maybe these three at minimum, or is it saying that you can miss one of these and no more than one? Who knows? I guess that'll require some detective work once the game's out. But still, that's huge. This is big. Even on arcade stick, you guys, I can tell you, a lot of people in tournaments, they would be trying to end their combo in IW, half circle forward D, and it would drop and they would come out as assault, and it was always the worst. Every time I would see it, I would be like, oh, I know exactly what they were trying to do. It's just like, So it's good. Because when that happens in tournaments, it's the worst feeling. Yeah, so this is the most recent one. Announcement is now made when damage is taken during a counter hit. It's now easy to see when a counter attack failed due to a weak attack. What is this? Barrier breach. They had to describe it in the most uni way possible. Barrier breached. That's hilarious. Of course, rare footage of Batista getting counter hit. Batista being counter hit confirmed. Won't get patched out. Oh, there was one more. A setting has been added to turn off vertical synchronization of the screen only during battles. This reduces display delay, improving operational response. Be aware doing so increases the likelihood of screen tearing. This is VSync. Adding an explicit option for it is good. I personally would have it off, sure, but it's not something I care about too much anymore, because I'm not that focused on this degree of difference in input delay. But for competitive players, this is definitely huge. Alright, that's about it. We have still more to talk about for Uni, specifically UNICLR and UNI2. But now that we've discussed about these things that they're adding for quality of life, overall, I'm really happy about the majority of these changes. It's going to take the game to the next level. It's going to make playing the game and learning and going through that journey that fighting game players love and adore a lot more bearable. It's going to make it a lot more fulfilling, because you don't have to deal with some of the grave atrocities that fighting games tend to have with regards to quality of life. like things like, oh, the game doesn't work the way it's supposed to. You know, people love complaining about that, right? But it's all true. It's all genuine. Like, these are things that players have long wanted to be improved, and now we're getting them improved. It's going to be so good. One of these, you suppose, as a hitbox player, there's actually not a big deal to learn how to press half circle. I get you. For Guilty Gear, this was a big deal, though. And having to learn a good way to do all the half circle inputs properly, still kind of annoying. So making it a bit more lenient to be in line with other modern fighting games, I think is still the right move. But I definitely get what you're saying. But overall, these changes are amazing all across the board. Most of them are training mode related, but after all, training mode is a really good mode in general for a lot of fighting games. So this is perfect. Again, probably the main thing that this game seems to be missing the mark in is single player stuff. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people that will be playing this game a lot probably won't give any mention to single player. They won't have any regard to it because it's like, oh, it's not that important. A lot of fighting game players don't do single player mode at all anyway. But trust me, these things do matter for garnering another audience to potentially get interested in the game. Good single player content is good. It goes without saying. Yeah, it definitely does require a non-trivial amount of extra dev time, I can imagine. And when you've been working on the game like this, polishing the gameplay for a number of years like French Bread have been doing, I can understand why they might not highly prioritize single player content. But again, it's still worth mentioning as probably one thing that this game might have a knock against it on release. But otherwise, everything else looks great. Really exciting. You played Venom, so you've had QV that are half circle inputs. So I'm not sure what QV is. Is that let's see, context. Yeah, no, I don't know. Is that a special move? But yeah, otherwise, you guys, let's go ahead and watch a tournament. We can watch first, yeah, so we're going to transition over to that. We're going to watch one of the last tournaments to have taken place in 2023 for UNICLR in Japan. This was Dondoko Toshi Yasure UNI. I don't know the translation for this precisely, but basically it's just like it's like a year's end uni tournament that is organized among the Tokyo guys, you know, Ripu and, you know, some of the other players from the Tokyo area for the uni community over there. They've been organizing this thing for a number of, I think they've done this thing for a number of years now at the end of the year. So this is yet another edition of it that took place on December 29th last year. We're going to watch it. It's an 8-hour VOD, but we're not going to watch the whole thing because not all of it is necessarily tournament footage. It was a mix of first to 10s, free play, casual first to 5s, and there was a 2v2 tournament, which is the one we'll focus on. But before we get to the 2v2 tournament, which was actually a random 2-on-2, all that means is that it was random pairings of two players with each other, so you couldn't form your teams beforehand. You had to sign up and then you're randomly paired again with another player. But we're gonna watch the first 10s first. There are a number of good ones. The one we're about to watch right now, in fact, was between oh, and actually we can stop the music now for this section of the VOD. So the first to 10 was between Suteneko, Mika versus Mobumurabito, Merkava. Both of these are pretty solid players on their respective characters. Suteneko has been really active with Mika throughout UNICLR, one of the more active Mikas in general. Even before UNICLR, they were active on the character throughout Arcade Unist, although I think Libekichi and Neji were still, at the time, the more prolific Mikas. But now that time has passed, Neji took kind of a break during UNICLR. Suteneko would probably be, I would say, probably the second best Mika in Japan. On the other hand, Mobumurabito has been playing Merkava for quite a while. They're one of the Merkava players that fiends ranked all the time. A lot of the times when I tune into Oshuhito's ranked streams, Mobumurabito is going to show up at some point or another. Like, it's highly likely. So yeah, with that said, he's been very active on the character. For the most part, though, the stuff that Mobumurabito employs is pretty just box standard Merkava stuff, which obviously goes very far. It's not like the stuff is ineffective or anything like that, or for that matter, things that shouldn't be highlighted. But that being said, we'll see what matchup experience is brought into play for his Merkava against Suteneko's Mika. And I think Suteneko plays at a very comparable play style to Libekichi, where it's very fast-paced, intensive Mika gaming. It's not as like calm and composed as how Neji used to play. But this being said, it's obviously effective to play in this manner because Mika is a character that embraces the scramble. So yeah, I hope that serves as a sufficient introduction for you guys. We're going to skip towards the beginning of the first to 10. Apologies if the audio is very faint. Fortunately, there's not much I can do about it. I've maximized the volume on the YouTube side as well as on the OBS, excuse me, on the OBS side, but the volume for this VOD is very faint, so that's the best we can do here. But yeah, I don't know if there was commentary for this. We'll see. But regardless, the matchup is probably Merkava favored if I had to guess. The thing is, again, Mika is just such a mobile and frankly ratty character in the same vein that Lin can be. So even if it might appear that she has difficulty approaching Merkava from far range, I think her fast run speed and quick buttons can be quite a nuisance for Merkava to deal with in some instances. The slight walk under in that moment was definitely opportune for Suteneko. Appeared to be a slight of a mistake from Mobumurabito. Hey, what's up, PK Ziggy? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're doing well. Planned on picking up Mika in the next game. Perfect. Yeah, absolutely. Excellent. Mika's a very strong character. I think people started sleeping on her after UNICLR 1.03. And actually, I have a tab open in this window where we'll talk about, after we watch some of these VODs for tournaments, we'll talk about UNICLR in a more retrospective manner than what we just did. And we'll use the patch notes as a little bit of a conversation guider. So yeah, definitely very good time you picked to tune in. Hope you enjoy the visit. And of course, let me know if you have any questions on anything. Yeah, first round was Mobumurabito's. We'll shorten it to Mobu for the sake of brevity. Yeah, so the Mika missile, when you do it close to the ground, the down version like that, there are plus frames, even on shield. However, the way to beat Mika missile is not necessarily shielding the last attack follow-up of Mika missile when she does the down version, but rather you want to shield one of the earlier ones that it forces her to be unable to do any subsequent follow-ups, or at least it reduces the cancel window for doing subsequent follow-ups. I am not 100% certain if it was changed at any point during UNICLR where she can still do follow-ups even on shield, but from what I can remember, at bare minimum the follow-up window is definitely reduced, and at worst she cannot do any more follow-ups if you shield one of them. Another thing that's a bit tricky to deal with about Mika, and Suteneko has been very alert and wise to make use of it so far, is Mika's dashing C. When Mika first released in Unist, dashing C was quite a terrible move. It's very slow, it's very committal, punishable on block. Yeah, you could special cancel it, sure, but the problem is that it's very reactable and stuff, right? And the range wasn't great for how slow it was. So yeah, Mobu had a clean first game there. couple mistakes probably, but didn't cost him too much. But yeah, dashing C used to be a bit poor of a button. Wasn't really well advised to use it at the time. In UNICLR, they did a couple of things to change it though. They reduced the recovery, and I think they might have increased. Well, okay, not increased. They definitely decreased the recovery, and chances are they changed other properties to allow for it to be easier to use from far range. So what ends up happening is that you can't really punish it on block because she's pushed so far back that the stuff that you would be able to use to punish it is not going to reach in time to be able to punish it. So works very favorably for Suteneko to throw it out occasionally, especially given the slightly reduced recovery. Although I don't know if they really changed the block stun, so I'm not sure if it would have affected the frame data in any significant way. But it's definitely harder to punish now, and the combos from it are still pretty decent. So you can see, yeah, Mobu went for a preemptive 623 to avoid having to deal with the Mika missile shenanigans, because again, it's very difficult to surmount the countermeasure against it on reaction, especially given that you might have to deal with the potential of her crossing you up very rapidly. Worse yet, even if you block it correctly, if she gets the down follow-up on the third Mika missile version, then it becomes plus on block for her, so it becomes all very scary to deal with. Yep, wake up dash block, very intelligent. Yeah, wake up dash block, I don't know if I've explained it well enough on this channel how good it is, but it's essentially a better version of waking up with just a crouch block or waking up with just a stand block. Basically, if you wake up with blocking, then you can also wake up with dash blocking. And if your opponent doesn't do a meaty, then you'll slide forward slightly until their attack connects against your block. Or, of course, if they touch you during your dash startup, then you won't slide forward at all. But regardless, waking up with dash block is essentially a great means of improving a regular wake up block. Obviously, it's slightly harder to do a proper wake up dash block, but it is so good. It's really hard to explain, but worked out well for Mobu there. Yeah, so unfortunately Mobu kind of slightly messed up the Okizeme and allowed Suteneko to get a back tech to slightly escape, but nonetheless, it worked out well for Mobu there. You know what? I'm gonna try to increase it more in OBS. Unfortunately, I don't know. I don't know how well it's gonna sound for you guys, but I'm gonna try my best. Hopefully it's a bit better, not as faint. And we'll see if this is any good for the rest of the VOD. But yeah, again, these first attends were part of the event. We're watching Dondoko Toshi Yasure UNI. This was the last UNICLR offline event of the year to have taken place in Japan last year. Had a lot of good players. We'll see some of them in the random 2-on-2 later on in the VOD. But yeah, for now, we're going to watch the first attends that took place to open up the event. Wake up dash block somehow OSing meaty. You mean, is there any point in wake up dash block if the opponent does a meaty? I mean, if they do a meaty, it's not going to be any different. But you'd be surprised. Not every Okizeme is a meaty. Which in many cases, it's probably not a good thing to meaty every time. Because if you're too predictable with meeting literally every time, and you're meeting against a player that has chain shift available on wake up, then you're just giving up. You're just giving up your Okizeme right there. They get a free wake up DP. So that's the whole reason, right? If you're able to let that be formed as part of the conditioning, then that's when, yeah, wake up dash block becomes more notable in its distinguishing characteristics than a simple wake up block, right? But it's a good question. And yeah, of course, don't let me get away with just saying stuff. If you have questions about what I'm saying to try to understand the reasoning a bit better, then please let me know. That was a good comeback from Mobu. It was hard. I'm not sure what those throws were, but it was hard to tell whether that would go favorably. Looks like Suteneko started to incorporate a few Mika missile shenanigans here and there, like on layer 3 or something. Refusing to do the follow-up just in case Mobu decided to do 623. Because, of course, that has to be in preemption. It's hard to do it on reaction. 3 COS. And because Suteneko did 5A, or maybe it was 2A, I couldn't tell actually. But essentially the combo was free because the A normal still connected. Cross up Mika missile in the corner. Oh, what a good veil off, yeah. Avoids the dash C, but oof. Yeah, Suteneko was not respecting the options that Mobumura had as the Okizeme from that distance. Yeah, early good break. It's not assured that Suteneko loses this cycle, but it's definitely pretty unlikely that they win it. And yeah, it looks like they're not going to win it, unfortunately. Against Merkava, it might not be super big deal to give him Vorpal, but to be honest, it's not really. Still, I mean, obviously, you'd much rather have Vorpal than the opponent. That's the component that I still think is worth considering. But that being said, like in terms of just if you want to just give yourself a bit more psychological comfort, Merkava with Vorpal isn't the most scary thing in the world, unless he gets an Okizeme set up on you. That's where it becomes a bit trickier. Like right here, this is where it's like, okay, maybe this is bad, but of course Suteneko fearless with the 2B, and because it hit, it did get rid of the worms, so it's really good. Yeah, fearlessness is necessary. We've talked about this before, you guys, but fearlessness is what unlocks the full potential of your ability to play in some of these harder situations. Oh, Mika's charge 5C in the whiff in A normal is so good. I don't remember how plus it is because it's been a while since I've thought about frame data, but it is plus. It is plus enough that you will do it a lot. In general, Mika's normals are actually really good for how stubby they are. You'd expect a character like her to struggle. You know, Akatsuki struggles with the stubby normals he has. But the difference with Mika is that she has a run. If Akatsuki didn't have a step dash, his stubby normals wouldn't be as awful for him. But Mika doesn't have a step dash, she has a run proper. Oh, that's a punish. Right. Oh, that is right. Oh, that's so right. So, you guys, everyone complains about Merkava's 236C reversal being unpunishable without a very precise shield, right? But Mika can punish it with 100 meter because she has I think her command grab is like, her command grab is definitely 3 frames or below. I don't know the exact startup of it, but it's certainly fast enough to punish 236C. So it's really good because 236C of Merkava right now is -3. And that's not punishable by most characters. But if you shield it, the precise shield you need to get allows for it to be punished by a 6-frame move. And I think that's going to change yet again in UNICLR. So now you don't need a shield to punish it. I think it's going to be -4 on block. So now that you can punish it every time with the throw, if I remember correctly. So as I was saying, it's, you know, this matchup is definitely can be managed by Mika, and I think Suteneko's doing a great job of controlling the matchup. He's not ahead in wins in the rounds, obviously, but I don't think the rounds that he's lost have been necessarily too bad. Like, a lot of it too is just, you know, Merkava's a snowball character, so if he hits you with the 100-meter, then it goes downhill from there, essentially. Oh, throw. Ah. Yeah, Suteneko missed the opportunity to throw the green shield for a grid break. I've seen a lot of players miss those opportunities more recently than in the past. Like in Arcade Unist, it would be very rare to see players miss those opportunities. I don't know. Part of it too is that players play at a very fast pace nowadays. So it might just be a bit trickier to take full advantage of that. Sorry about this. Just need to adjust my volume. Tricky trade. But for Mobumurabito, it goes favorably. Yeah, what makes Merkava just a lot scarier too, aside from the snowball, is that he's good at almost every range. He has pretty good defense. 2B is insane. He has 2360, as you guys know. He has great anti-air 4B. He has good mobility. The backdash isn't great, but his mobility in the air is good enough that you can escape mid-screen with not too much difficulty. I forgot to mention this too, but his dive kick is one of the best in the game. Like, this character is very strong. Defensively, for that matter. We've already talked about the snowball, but also neutral. You guys already know this. 5B, 5C, 6C, flight, 214X. All these moves are just so good for controlling the neutral. Excelling at almost any range that he wants to. And for whatever reason, they decided, all right, Merkava has all these things. Let's give him an air backdash and UNICLR, because yes, he needs it. So yeah, now he's got an air backdash. Might sound like nothing important, but keep in mind, it's not possible. It's not possible by the majority of characters in the game to be able to air backdash. Eltonum has an air backflip. Trying to think. Seth has an air backflip. Hilda has an air hover, I guess. Akatsuki has an air double jump. Lin has an air double jump, but Merkava has an air backdash. So yeah. Yeah, Merkava sounds like Faust and Rev 2, Flight, Dive Kick 2B, 2C. Yeah, Merkava's got so much, man. I will say the one thing he does not have is the best frame data, but to be honest, he doesn't need amazing frame data. He has 6-3A is +1 on block. Of course, players will shield it eventually, but 6-3A is +1 on block. 2B is much faster than it really should be. 2A is good frame data for its range and duration. Dashing B is pretty solid. It's not like he has bad frame data. So even by saying like, oh, his frame data isn't great, that's like kind of silly. Because are we then gonna say, oh yeah, Batista's frame data isn't that great, guys? Therefore must be bad character. Because come on now. I mean, it would just be disingenuous. Batista's got gems for that matter. So it's not even right to say that she doesn't have good frame data. But that being said, her normal's frame data isn't anything too crazy. So technically that isn't good. But it's not like it's bad. So again, it would just be just be straight up downplaying. So I saw something funny about Mika's dash B into charge force function, I think it was. Lin can straight up run under the gap that's between dash B and charge force function. Hilarious. If that's not a rat, then I don't know what is. Alright, dash C. Ooh. Ooh, tricky drop, but great awareness with the shield by Mobu as well. Very right decision there to punish the JA. A lot of players will whiff a JA in the air after combo drop because it reduces landing recovery. But unfortunately for Suteneko, the JA connected into Merkava's block, which allowed for Mobu to shield it, and therefore apply a very nasty landing recovery to Suteneko. So much so that it was punishable on the way down. Alright, that throw tech was exactly what won Suteneko the cycle. I'm uncertain that whether that was the right moment to use the chain shift, but given that it scored a hit for him, it's probably wise. Ooh, no punish with command grab there. I think that would have been the right thing to do, because now we see that Suteneko lost the cycle. I think with command grab punish, it would have at least scored Suteneko the cycle. Get some damage in there. Discourage Mobu from using 2-3-6 reversal over and over. Given that this is a long set, this is something to consider. 2A, 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 but VO is a thing. I know it's not the fast VO that we're soon to see in UNI2, but VO is still full invincible until active frame, so. Or until recovery rather, but yeah. Nicely done though. See, Suteneko is still in this. The first 5 games, you know, you can shrug off. Even if you're down 5-0. It's not over yet. And you guys let me know if it's like too faint still. I did turn it up on OBS, but I'm not sure if it's loud enough still. Don't want it to be too loud so it's not overpowering. Yep. And another thing about Charge 5C, using it in block strings allows for frame traps like you just saw. And it's not even a bad starter. Sadly, using it in that manner, and if it does counter hit, then you do lose a ground bounce at the beginning. But a lot of Mika's combos are still good enough, even with an early ground bounce having been consumed. Crazy thing about Merkava's flight as well, you guys saw right there, but Suteneko shielded the flight and still had to potentially block the subsequent JA. Pretty sad. Merkava's crazy. Oh my goodness, of course. And Suteneko's probably dead. You know, the one asterisk about Merkava, I've said all these things that make it seem like he's broken top tier, but he does have pretty low damage on average. He's having to spend meter to barely scrape 3k. It's similar to Byakuya in that regard. Byakuya also has low damage, but and you know, it's still worth mentioning it, right? Because low damage does affect the psychological state of the game. You're gonna hit all these things, but if you don't take as much damage from them, then it's like, okay, I can afford to take a few hits. I still got a chance. But both Byakuya and Merkava, interestingly, are rather snowbally characters, so they're having low damage is also kind of deceptive in its own way. Or I should say low average damage. 3k is technically like average, but they're spending meter to get 3k a lot of the time. So, but yeah, while I was saying stuff, Suteneko now ties up the score. I think that's exactly what I was referring to. Things didn't really look as bad as it would have suggested with the early 3-0 start from Mobumurabito. Like, I think things were still reasonably within Suteneko's fighting chances, so. Hi there, Jordan. Thanks for tuning in. You'll kindly disagree with Byakuya not doing as high damage. Sure. I mean, I think Byakuya's damage is still pretty below average, especially given that a lot of times he's spending the meter to get the 3.3 mark, especially. But that being said, Byakuya does have certain starters that are quite, like, they hit kind of hard. Like, obviously 236C chain shift starter is really good. The overhead, what's it called? The overhead B follow up to the web set is also a decent starter. Let me think of any others. Force function's a decent starter. I said decent. What am I saying? Force function's a good starter. Yeah, he does have those starters that definitely do a lot higher damage. But in my opinion, overall, Byakuya's damage is below average. But I understand if your perspective's different. Obviously, it's not to say that Byakuya's getting hit by Byakuya is not as bad as other characters, because you're still having to deal with the setups following it. And most of the time, Byakuya's getting corner carry. So, but the reality is that if you want to evaluate the damage by itself, then and you evaluate others' characters' combo damage by themselves too, then I think that it's worth mentioning that that's the case for him. Looks like they're all done. First to 5, or they're just resetting. Nope, they're resetting. I guess they're resetting for the 10th game and onward. Some clear routing there. Really well done. I think Suteneko's been getting grid broken really often early into these games. It's just putting him at a very unfortunate disadvantage to begin. Not something you want against Merkava, but Merkava does have really good ways of exploiting greedy shields. A lot of his moves that are slow, like slow overheads for example, are basically perfect for still beating shield. Oh dear, yeah, the setups. I think Mobu had the right idea to delay tech, but unfortunately, you still kind of have to understand which side she might land on. And that is over. Yeah, good comeback. Yeah, walking back round start, avoiding the 5B. Very wise. I mean, Mika's round start options are quite limited against Merkava to begin with, but specifically the walk back shows the right knowledge to ensure that 5B is not a factor for Merkava round start. Conversions from 2-360 still looking as awkward as always. Seems like even Merkava mains themselves, yeah, it's like not stable. To be fair, like it still seems worth going for because the damage is really good, and if you finish the combo, you have the potential to get the 2-2C ender. Good blocks. This is nonsensical, but great blocks. Good shield there too, yeah. Suteneko, important part about that, he got out of the corner without needing to have chain shift. And now, ooh, I was going to say he has a good chance of winning the cycle here, but yeah. I think he was a bit more cautious on the block streams towards the closer, as the cycle got closer, noticing that Mobu was going for shields at those timings. But just as I say, yeah, I think Mobu was just going to be looking for the VO. Seemed about right. This is a conversion? Okay, well. Good blocks. But you can't block them all. It's crazy. It's so crazy that Suteneko like had to work so hard to get out of that situation, but then got hit by one VO and was put on such a back footing for such a long time. Guard thrust. Oh, guard thrust and still won the cycle somehow, but didn't matter. Suteneko got it. I guess that's to say that guard thrust was good. That was a well-timed guard thrust, given that we're still in UNICLR right now. Guard thrusted with Vorpal somehow still won the next Vorpal cycle. Given the amount of time remaining, that was probably well intended. Yeah, Suteneko's being a lot more conscious of the green shields, but you know, now that's basically the invitation for Mobu to start pressing with more conviction on these block strings. So if things turn around from here, which is more than likely to be the case, we'll start seeing the conditioning come full circle. But at this point, Suteneko still has to press the initiative here. Yeah, this is probably the right way to do round start for now. Oof. Yeah. Well, as it goes against Merkava. Oh! Hold on a sec. A change of destiny now. Yeah, I do still think both players are kind of flinching on like sets of 2 buttons in a block string here, especially on 2As. Naturally, of course. But it is making, yeah, I think that might have been 3 BOS. It is making some of these shorter defensive moments kind of awkward. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. So these block strings are starting to get shorter and shorter. Both players. 2A, but I mean the difference is that Mika's 2A is legitimately very good. I mean, so is Merkava's, but Mika's is on another level of good. Plus it's a 5-frame button. Keep it simple, dash B, dash C, dash B, dash C. Ooh. I think, so Mobu saw the shield, but that was actually not the right shield to avoid the +1 on block. So I think Mobu might have like improperly assessed the situation afterwards. It's fine though. Sometimes, you know, you have to be willing to allow your opponent to retaliate even when you're plus, just to see what they're doing. But I love the direction this match has started going in, because we're starting to see some of the Uni that I think players especially love watching. It's very calm, it's very methodical. It's not super fast-paced. It's just like, you know, like people love seeing stare downs, right? But this is what we're seeing right now is essentially a stare down. Both players are staring each other down on 2As, and there you go. Yeah, this is just who can flinch after these 2As. Yep, and that's exactly where things are going right now. And to be fair, Mika's 2A is probably more favored just because it has less pushback. And it's obviously a 5-frame button. Yep, flinch. Oh, caught an OS perhaps. Oh dear. You know, that's unfortunate on one hand for Suteneko because it was a delay tech into an attempt to catch the buttons that Mobu was pressing, potentially punish. But on the other hand, I don't know, was that supposed to be a reversal? Because yeah, it's never a good feeling when you lose, or essentially lose, when you win because of maybe a mistake you made that your opponent responded to, and then you took advantage of them responding to the mistake you made, basically. I shouldn't say not a good feeling, it's just funny, I guess. But it's hard to take stock into that as far as the conditioning is concerned, because you'll never know as a player in the match whether it was intentional or not, unless it's like so clear that it wasn't. But even then, what would make it so clear? That's exactly where Merkava's backdash excels right there, mid-screen. Post-CS definitely made sense and worked out really well. And you can combine that post-CS with Merkava's dive kick, with a throw. There are a lot of things that work out really well. So, mid-screen, post-CS, perfect for Merkava. In the corner, maybe not as much. Caught you pressing something. But again, the conversion is pretty difficult. Nonetheless, Suteneko gets the 6th one on the board. Yeah, seeing just one matchup for potentially 20 straight games, or 19 straight games. Some really good stuff. Especially two players that know what they're doing on their respective characters. Does 236C convert in the corner you thought it doesn't? So if Merkava's in the corner, meaning Merkava's back is to the corner, he can still convert, but the conversion is especially hard because you have to dash slightly before the jumping JB. So like basically the window to convert is much shorter. Technically it's still possible, but it's very hard. Harder than Merkava being further out of the corner at least. The only, like I don't play Merkava, but the only reason I'm even aware of this, well, of course I've seen Crow get the conversion before from that situation, but also the combo trial has that as one of the combo trials has one of them has one of Merkava's combo trials is that exact situation, and they have you starting from back to the corner, so. And that is rough. I gave up on it. Oh, the layers in round start. Now Suteneko's getting away with run up 2A round start. I think Mobu's got to show the round start 5B again. Deep dash into throw. Oh my, that is so messed up. Oh my goodness. Can you VO from this? No, okay. That's insane. I mean, you spent chain shift for it, obviously, but how do you block that? Yeah, that's legitimately cheap. Dare I say it, won him the game there. And that's a swing game right there. Difference between 7-7 and 8-6, huge. Yep, wise from Suteneko, not meeting there. Was very present in mind of the ensuing cycle. And for one of you that was asking about, yeah, why would you wake up dash block? There, a wake up dash block from Mobu would have closed space a bit more, and it would have made it clear to Mobu that Suteneko did not meet. You find it so funny that charge 5C rebeat is so plus for Mika. Yeah, it's so insane. It's crazy. Absolutely, yeah. It's like what, +5? I don't remember the number anymore because it's been a while since I thought of frame data, but it's like what, +5 or +7, something absurd like that. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Yep, Yep, there you go. Yeah, Suteneko I think is in Mobu's head right now for round start at least. Which again, that's really important because Merkava should be winning round start almost every time. Should be. But that being said, it's not like Mika doesn't have good round start options. It's that Merkava's round start options usually like just prevent other characters from doing their respective good round start options. Yeah, 2.7 off throw. Yay. Oh, yeah, the flinch. There was no mix there. It was the flinch. But this is what I was mentioning earlier. Oh no, drop the combo though. Can't be doing that. Respecting wake up chain shift, yeah. Ooh. But it didn't pay forward. Alright, what's the round start this time? Oh my goodness, they both respected round start. Mobu, you gotta press 5V now. You gotta go back to what you were doing earlier. It's easy to forget though what was working since it's been a number of games since then, right? And Suteneko's been winning a lot of these round starts now, so I'm sure Mobu's just been scared to death to go for more aggressive stuff now. But you can't make the opponent forget the things that you enforced earlier. The back tag was really good there. Unfortunately, Suteneko was not going to win the cycle regardless because of the VO time. So I think the back tech was wise. Good block strings. Oh, sleeping at the wheel. Mobumurabito is. All right, VO. Man, these VOs have been so good for Mobumurabito. It's just been, yeah. Suteneko is probably looking for them. To some degree, like he's accounting for them, right, with these block strings being cut short so often. But Mobu's just found such great opportunities to land them. Unfortunately, yeah, it didn't amount to much in that game. 8-7 now. This has been a really good first 10. Wow. There's just so much going on in some of these really small interactions between these two players. It even transcends the exact matchup itself, but a lot of it has to do, of course, with the matchup intricacies and subtleties. But much of what we're seeing is just base level Uni, really. And it's just being amplified by some of these characters' specific tools. You think 2360 would have been a better reversal option than VO? Yeah, absolutely. I think Mobu's just been basically exploiting. No, it's your opinion. No, I think I agree with you actually. Mobu's mostly been keeping the VO going just because he's found the hole to exploit from Suteneko. Like Suteneko has not really baited any of these VOs so far. And to be honest, I would have thought that one of these VOs would be baited by now, just given how Suteneko's structuring their block strings. But it's not really been successful so far. What's up, Dandry Productions? Thanks for tuning in. What's the video link to this tournament? It should be in the description already. If I already did it. It's called Dondoko Toshi Yasure UNI. Yeah, it should be in the description already. Just go to Ripu's channel. And anyway, it's linked there. But yeah. Yeah, this happened last year, late last year. Yes, no worries. Don't worry, I always make sure to link these things. It's a bit of, in addition, for if this goes in the main upload, I'll also get the players and stuff in the description too. But, I think it's worth the extra effort. Of course, it ensures, for one, that the original sources are recognized. For two, it allows people to, if they want to watch more of these players, then they're able to do so. So I think that's very important. Okay. Oh, that was plus, I think, that dash B, but hard to tell. Maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't get cycle. It was weird. I don't understand, actually. Like, Yeah. Well, 8 all now. Yeah, if I'm looking at this, Mobumurabito is there we go. Yep. Okay, back to the 5B now. Yeah, it's been close games, so I shouldn't really say like, oh, it's been a throw, because also Suteneko's really been that close the whole way. And yeah, it was always gonna be, if there's any minimal mistakes made, then that other player is gonna pull ahead. So now that it's tied, I'm not surprised in the very least. But that being said, Mobu probably should have gone back to the round start 5B a bit earlier. Waiting till now might be a bit costly, but perhaps it might even be worth saving it for round 2 and onward within a game, because that's when Mobu has some meter to back it up slightly, if that makes sense. So that's not just, you know, reset to neutral after the confirm. Oh dear. VO? Oh. Yeah. You think Mobu's getting exhausted? Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's definitely a factor. It's definitely a factor. And for Merkava, you're doing a lot of the same things, right? For over a long period of time for when you play them. So it could even just be like exhaustion of doing the same things. I'm not even kidding. That's actually like legit. When you're doing long sets and you're playing a character whose game plan is, you know, relatively scripted, right? Yeah, it can become difficult to change things up. I think that's exactly what's going on indeed. Although Suteneko, unfortunate way to give up a game, because I mean the first round, sure, fine, right? It's like, yeah, the VO was given up, and you didn't tech one throw that you had to tech, so sure, whatever, you shrug it off. The second game, or sorry, the second round, I mean, just not blocking, like, yeah. Okay, round start dash block from both of them, makes sense. Yeah, Suteneko's defense is starting to crumble slightly. It's that time of the first to 10 after all. Yeah, he kind of inted. Yeah, agreed. That's definitely, like, given that Suteneko's been playing defense pretty meticulously up to that point. Like, obviously, you know, both players have been flinching a lot after a few short block strings. But I mean, there's not really a good excuse for just straight up not blocking several times in a row. And now, yeah, if you're rooting for Mika, it's not looking good for Suteneko's side at the moment. Cannot drop around from this point onward, at least in this game. Ooh, and this is not a good way to begin it. Again, it's the snowball effect too. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Losing the cycle. Suteneko might need a good VO, honestly, to bring this back. No throw tech. Well, good throw still. Plus. Oh, pressed on the plus frames, of course. Okay, wake up dash block. Stare down. Oh my goodness, got away with the whiff VO too. Yeah, but you see, Mobu's not had the look for VO really ever. So I think he just was not ready to punish it, but there we go. That's it. That's it. 10-8 Mobumurabito. That was a good set though. Yeah, no indeed. I mean, you know, it was kind of the last ditch effort, right? And that's not the situation you want to be in, where you're kind of forced to throw out something to assemble a comeback. The opponent knows that you're trying to throw out something in the same manner too, right? And knowing that it's Merkava, that's exactly where Merkava Snowball is going to be coming in handy, because you're just limiting your opponent's options to get out of there. They have to really either play solid defense, or they have to look for that get out of jail free card, which neither worked out favorably for Suteneko. But yeah, really good set. Yeah, 10A is really close. It was well fought. And I think both these players are absolutely go toe-to-toe with each other. So this score is really reflective of it. They're both good players on the characters, and it was a good set. So there was another first 10 after this. I think it was Libekichi versus Isaac. We can skip forward a little bit to it. Yeah, okay, here we go. We'll watch this. And then I think after this is the tournament. So, yeah. So, yeah, let me, yeah, okay, we'll go here. So I'm going to talk a little bit about this. So Isaac he's been in Japan for a while. Or no, every time I say this, I get it wrong. Isaac was in Japan for this event. And oftentimes Isaac's there for some of these events. Anytime he's playing the Hyde, it's kind of like a party style Hyde. It's great for entertainment. And I think actually it works out quite often really well for Isaac. Mostly because playing in this chaotic manner can be very hard to read. And it's just hard to get a hold of yourself when, you know, you're losing to things that are a little bit unpredictable. But Libekichi is not he's not unfamiliar with this sort of thing, because he himself can flip the switch to playing more chaotic. As far as like the alignment chart of Mika players goes, Libekichi can lean towards the more, I would say, chaotic side of things. I don't want to say like evil, good, or neutral. I don't think that applies here, but chaotic would definitely be appropriately fitting in this manner. But that being said, Libekichi knows when to be clinical all the same. He's got some of the most solid and consistent combos out there for Mika players. He's got the matchup knowledge to back it up. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know if this matchup really favors either character though. It's probably neutral. We'll see. Mika's so funny because you think the smarter a Mika player is, the exponentially stronger the character is. Yeah, exactly right. That's how I thought of Neji back then too, when he was active in Unist. Neji was just way too intelligent on Mika. Okay, wake up DP. To be expected, honestly. All right, good confirm though from Isaac. 3.8 mid screen is really good. Oh my goodness, dash C. We're gonna see a lot of that. I fully expect it from Hyde, from Isaac's Hyde. Okay, Isaac whipping a few 3Cs just to test his buttons. Make sure his 3C works. Agreeable. VO, let's go. That's an early VO. I don't know if it was necessary, but hey, he's got the cycle. Libekichi is grid broken. Not for very long, but now the VO time has run out. Ooh, yeah. Hard to say what Isaac was going for there, but nonetheless, Libekichi gets that round. I think that's a good round start option, actually. Using the follow-up early. Catches if Libekichi's not blocking. Oh, great 5A timing there. This is not vanilla Uni where you have to hold a 50-50 like that. Off of charged AC. Good shields. Yep, good shields from Libekichi. Ooh, the spacing was perfect from Isaac there. Just out of the range of 5B to make it fully whiff and punish with the 6B. True footsies. And that's 4.7 to close out game one. So I think right away, Isaac is changing up how he wants to play this matchup. Kind of saw the difference between round 2 and late round 3, where Isaac was taking a lot more care with his positioning and his button selections. Even in the blocking pressure he was doing against Libekichi, despite seeing that he was getting shielded a lot, he still kept his range, knowing that Hyde is much more favored when out of range of point blank, where Mika is probably a little bit better. Every time you watch Isaac play, you can't tell if he's good or not. Well, yeah, I think you said it more directly than I would have, but yes. I think there's a lot of good things to pick up from any player, that's for sure. And you know, my goal here is to point out anything that we can gather from watching these matches. But it's still worth keeping in mind that yes, there are certain styles of play that you have to be careful what you learn from. Hey, what's up, Ultimate Lotad? Thanks for tuning in. Hope you're having a good Monday. Oh, IWEX. Okay, style. Oh yeah, and of course I don't have it on the stream right now, but the chat's popping off for this first 10 because it's Isaac in there. Yeah, anyway. So yeah, good round from Isaac at the end. Yeah, of course, Libekichi showing his good combo routes still. 3.8 for Mika is insane. Oh dear. Yeah, Isaac was going for the shield on the Mika missile follow-up, which was technically correct. Wasn't wrong. But that's why a lot of Mikas just do a Mika missile without any follow-ups, because they know you're trying to do a shield, and they get away with it. Great shield. Oh, but Isaac had CS. And that's game 2. You rarely ever see Mika get to cook in this game. Ooh, if you're saying that, then you haven't been watching the Japanese scene, that's for sure. Mika's been cooking all throughout the Japanese scene. Libekichi has always been tearing up a storm anytime he's playing. Not literally winning every single time, but more so like he cooks. Yeah, he absolutely cooks. Suteneko as well has been equally active. There's another Mika player I'm forgetting right now. I think it was Aquarium T when he was a little bit more active. But yeah, there have been some good Mika players in Japan that are still active. I can't say for the Western Hemisphere. I haven't been watching as many tournaments on the Western Hemisphere these days. But I'm sure there are some Mika players out there in online tournaments. You genuinely believe Mika is broken? No, I legit agree. Oh my goodness. Dude, I'm so glad we see eye to eye on this. Mika is one of the characters I refuse. Like, basically, like, if I ever have to face a Mika in bracket, I would so much rather play against, like, Yuzu. I would legit rather play against Yuzu than Mika. And I'm saying this as a Nanase player, right? Like, Nanase Yuzu is not a good match for Nanase. But more so because I have a much better plan for the Yuzu matchup and a much more psychological, like, I guess, self-control. Like, you know, not getting too tilted when I play against Yuzu, right? Knowing that's a bad matchup. Whereas Mika's just, she's just flying all over the screen. Insane two-way pressure, you know? Some mix-ups that are just genuinely frustrating. Like, I think part of it is just Mika has the innocuous appearance, but she is genuinely an A-list threat, especially in the competent player's right hands, you know. So, absolutely, she plays the system mechanics perfectly. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, especially in Claire. I think they got the buffs down for her really well. In Eunice, she lacked the necessary polish, but I think in UNICLR they gave her some great buffs, and it's a lot more completing for her moveset. She has some struggling matchups though. Yeah, that's definitely true. But it helps to have a run dash. Trust me, that goes a long way. Oh, great JA. Yeah, interrupted the potential for pogo stick to combo or B+. I think that was really good. Unfortunately, Libekichi, for all this efforts, is not going to get the cycle, but full corner carry nearly. Goodness. Wow. And yeah, Isaac's not really going to be able to make use of the VO. Yeah, Libekichi's combo routes are just so good. Okay, that's dead. Yeah. Even gets the CS in there. Optimal. Clinical, for that matter. What? Whiff charge JC? I think still had time in the air before recovering to do... No, not before recovering. before landing on the ground to do air tornado. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that Libekichi didn't even land. It was just a whiff charge JC into tornado in the air. Hilarious. I didn't even know she could do that. Great confirm from 6B. Ooh, punish. Unsafe drop. I always hate those. Wake up throw. Guilty Gear style. Hyde gets a combo mid-screen, and that is GG. Of course, he only gets a combo mid-screen with CVO, but the right idea. CVO on reaction. Yep, that's exactly the chaotic, unruly style that Isaac wanted to impose upon Libekichi for this match, and that's probably his best shot at winning this first to 10, truthfully. Because I mean, otherwise it's just going to be a Mika fest from Libekichi, who's just really strong on this character. So you've got to really seize your opportunities cleverly when you get them. No matter how you get them, you got to do it. But Isaac's really been playing well so far. As far as like what he needed to do for the game plan, I think he's executed it really well. Excellent. Yeah, the combo is sick. Yeah. That was gonna hurt. 5.1. Yep. Hyde is some good damage, especially in the corner. But even there with resources, it was good damage. Oh no. Yeah, Libekichi might have to slow this down in his head. Like maybe take a bit more time at the rematch screen after this game. Just try to slow down the game, because I think he's definitely playing in Isaac's hands. Isaac loves this chaotic fast pace, right? Where everyone's just slugging, throwing their buttons out. Oh, run up command grab. That's actually a good choice. Early in the cycle too, Libekichi has a good chance at winning the next cycle still, along with this insane damage off of the starter. 5k in fact. Oh dear, it's over. Alright, take it back what I said. All Libekichi needed apparently was wake up, dash up 360. Yeah, Mika is cheap indeed. I think it's cool that she has a command grab though. That leads to that much damage. I think it's cool. Uh-oh. Libekichi, no. Not after the good round that you just had. But no, good stuff to Isaac. Took advantage of all the damage. Isaac hasn't really been dropping that much, so it's important. That's definitely been affecting how we reflect on some of these games. If Isaac's been dropping any of these combos, we'd immediately be saying, "Oh, Libekichi, you're a genius." But nah, Isaac has been taking full advantage of his opportunities. And truly, just by cashing out on the damage you can, that does change the calculus on some of these matches. 66C, my beloved, yes. It's a funny button. It's definitely the content button. The clip factory. Yep, great stuff. 2.5. Oh, Libekichi pressing on that. Not when the full shockwave hits. Not against Hyde at that spacing. Yeah. Okay, there. Okay, dash up 2A. Nice. Get something started from this. But Isaac's got CS on this. Yep, wake up CS. IW gets a combo too. This is dead, probably. Yeah, easy. Very well done from Isaac. Good awareness. Oh no. Alright, 6B whiff. Do it again. Oh no. Oh no. Guess for game? Nah, okay. It wouldn't have been a real guess for game anyway. Because Hyde doesn't have anything like that. Although, would throw have killed in that situation? It's hard for me to say right now because of the chip damage that was done between then. But perhaps a throw combo would have killed. In which case, yeah, Libekichi would have had to guess on TRM. But regardless, Libekichi gets the round and the game. Yeah, it's been a good match. Round start, counter it, assault JC. Oh, yeah. Okay, nice. That's all thanks to Mika's insane run speed. Spotted the raw shield. Had time to run up and throw it. And this should be dead, maybe? I don't actually know if this will be dead. Yeah, yeah. Wake up DP. Great knowledge and application of it there from Libekichi. Yeah. It's very tricky to escape the gap between the two parts of Pogo Stick. But very necessary if you want to, again, just take full advantage of the moments you can, the opportunities you get against Hyde. Because Pogo Stick is otherwise quite a nuisance. It's plus on block. It's a good starter. And otherwise, yeah, it's just a good move. Interesting, didn't spend meter. I think... oh! Assault J6C there. Single-handedly won the cycle for Isaac. Insane. Yeah, I think if I were Libekichi, I think it would have been wise to spend the Mika Masao meter there. Unfortunately, for Libekichi, that is, doesn't go favorably for him at all, and Isaac gets that round. Good shield. Uh-oh. Whiff DP, chain shift DP. Nice. Okay, wake up 3C. Yep. Very wise. Not the best routing, but it was decent. Oh dear. Both players are just slugging, aren't they? Not too much regard to decency and order. Conditioning, who cares about that? Just press buttons. If it works, it works. Yeah, I can't even point out anything that's been true conditioning so far. I can't think of a single one. Both players are basically just playing without regard to anything already been done. I guess the only thing is Libekichi's consistently applying the countermeasure against Pogo Stick. But it hasn't discouraged Isaac from using it still. So oh, nice trickery. Probably was immediate. If it was immediate, it would make sense. Frame trap. Keeps it simple too, because the simple stuff still does 3.7. There you go. See, again, the Pogo Stick countermeasure. Immediate Rise JA. You know, Rise JA, something I've noticed among the players especially that are very strong at applying active defense. And when I'm talking about active defense, the players that immediately come to mind, I would say, are Oshuhito and Miyagi Muteki in particular. Both of them, I think, are among the best at active defense, especially with Rise JA. But it seems like Rise JA in particular is just one of those active defensive measures that gets these players over the line so often. Oh dear, is that... No, that can't be dead, right? Surely not. Oh my goodness, that is dead. Look at me with a straight face and tell me that every character in the game is getting 4.1 off of raw IW. Oh, charge VO. Intelligent. Uh-oh. Wait, 3B DP? I'm not even going to try to comprehend it. It'll just hurt my head. Akatsuki 214 BIW? True. Probably the only example, right? But even that's not raw IW. That's B Tatsu in the IW, which is a hit confirm, right? But like Isaac did raw IW there and got 4.1 off of the confirm. Like, okay, if Akatsuki can do raw IW into 4K, then fine. Yeah, I'll accept that. But Libekichi ties it up. It's honestly a die roll. Who's gonna win this? I have no clue. It's hard to tell. Like, I legitimately cannot spot any semblance of conditioning whatsoever, except for literally just the pogo stick. But even again, like, I don't think Isaac's really paid attention to it. He's still doing whatever he wants. Oh, maybe that was a fake pogo stick there. Just a full jump JB. But it's not deterred Libekichi from going for JA still. Considering that you can cover a number of options with just Rise JA, makes sense to me. Interesting combo route, but whatever gets the life bar deleted. Oh, look at the zoning. Oh my goodness. Don't you guys love being punished for dropping your combo? Oh dear. I can't tell what he would have wanted there, to be honest, but maybe he had confidence that the initial part was going to hit before the super. Okay, now it's become some SF4 zoning with pizza. Simply never drop. True. If you're dropping combos, I guess get better. Alright, raw IW. 3.4. I mean, the other thing too is Hyde combos specifically. Like, I'm not even gonna like pretend that Hyde combos are easy in tournament environments, because specifically Hyde combos in tournament environments, they can get pretty hard to hit consistently. There are obviously tournament routes, but even those are trickier than one would expect for a character like Hyde. Uh-oh, the no-tech might have given Libekichi an opportunity to win the cycle there. I mean, you can understand why Isaac did it, right? A lot of times players no-tech to stop the passive grid game during a combo. But since Libekichi went for two, I forgot what it's called, but the 214X move, it just gave him more time to be able to win the cycle. The grid wasn't such that it would work out for Isaac, essentially. We haven't seen Isaac let the charge force function rip often enough in this set so far, so one of the few times he lets it rip works out favorably. At a time especially where Libekichi's going for more aggressive green shields, it was especially good. Oh, great confirm. Oh no. Let's go. Let's go. Intentional drop. Intentional drop. You see, guys, he just wanted to punish the buttons that he knew were coming afterwards. Oh dear. Oh dear. All right. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Everything's good, guys. Everything's good. All right, 6-4. Yeah, Libekichi's still not really making a direct attempt at slowing this game down. So perhaps he feels comfortable right at home with this pace. And to be fair, Isaac is playing a bit more tame than sometimes he's accustomed to playing. So there's probably some respect being shown in that regard. Caught the back dash for dash B. Yeah, Mika's dash B is good for that. It goes really far. Really active move as well. Oh my goodness. Oh, great shield, yeah. Yeah, I think Libekichi was trying to delay the charged AC. You could see him kind of wait and then do charged AC. My reasoning my thought process as to why he would be doing that was to make it whiff and then try to throw when he landed, but unfortunately he probably didn't delay the charged AC enough. Ooh. Yeah, Libekichi tried to do the Rise JA, but Isaac went super high in the air. He jumped and then did an air assault. So it was too high up for the timing that Libekichi's been going for Rise JA. But at the same time, Mika missile basically round start to punish the 3C. And the A Mika missile is something Isaac is still getting can opened by. I mean, again, not even his fault. Like, that move is legitimately hard to deal with. And Libekichi has shown a number of timings. He's trying to impose the minigame directly, forcing Isaac to really have to deal with it head on. So now it's 6-5. It should be 6-5. I wonder what they're trying to do right now. Yeah, okay. We can fast forward to when it starts. Here we go. Switching sides, I guess. And stages, I guess, too. Uh-oh. I wonder if Isaac was trying to dash block, because the force function, I don't know. Tornado is so good. You guys, Neji used to always use a tornado after whiffing, like after doing rebeats in a block string, because a tornado, I think, when spaced right, was like safe on block. I don't know how safe, like I don't know the exact frame data, but safe on block, which in the case of Mika, oftentimes you're favored if you're safe on block, depending on the spacing, depending on the character you're facing too, because of frame data, like because Mika's normals are fast. So we haven't really seen Libekichi do it that much necessarily, but I was reminded of that when I saw the tornado connect before. But now it's 6-all. Yep, this match is kind of, it's probably going to come down to stamina. Again, haven't really seen direct conditioning as it would pertain to, you know, foundational interactions dictated by the game system. It's been just more so, again, both players throwing out their best stuff, and whatever works, works. You dare thought you would be able to challenge Mika while suspended in the air, while she has tornado available? This is a lot of damage. Oh my goodness. 5.5. Alright. Good block. 5B, brave challenge. We've seen that not work before against 6B of Hyde. So, but hey, that's what it's all about. You gotta still make an attempt at fighting for space and hits like that. It's not like either player is really frightened in this manner anyway. Again, the conditioning has not really been a significant component of the pendulum of this match. It's been just mostly a slugfest. Been both players applying. Oh, I did not even, I don't know what happened there. I think it was a block. I could not. That was a quick moment of time. I could not tell what happened. Yep, again. Mika Tornado reigns supreme. But yeah, it's really been both players are just fearless this whole way through. Also, charge 5C starter. Better be fearing for your life. 3.4, 3.5. And that might be a dead Isaac. CVO's on the table. IWEX. Indeed. So 7-6. Hyde just got guru'd. Spun like a, what's it called? A turning top? Whatever those things, whatever those toys are called. Okay. So I think maybe this is a slight moment of a conditioning is being taken into account now. Isaac went for full jump JB into delay J2C instead of Pogo. So we'll see if this changes how Libekichi approaches that move now. Not sure, but yeah. Could be something useful for Isaac going into the latter parts of this first attempt. Yeah, and Libekichi is playing for cycle here, but you can see he's still trying to play aggressively just so that Isaac just doesn't feel like he can do whatever he wants in neutral. It's an important it's important to show your opponent that they don't have, like, you know, free reign. They don't have all the real estate to do pretty much whatever they want. Nice adjustment, although, yeah, no, great adjustment. Wow, that combo is just so strange, but I've seen that before. And I think, yeah, I've seen Isaac adjust it midway through as well before. 7-all, great round. Neta. Yeah, also, yeah, I guess it technically is Neta. But at the same time, it's like that combo route, I'm pretty sure Isaac has practiced that exact one, because that situation happens more often than it really should. Yeah, good stuff. Yep, dash block 5C or dash under 5C or 3C. 3C. Speaking is hard. All right. Well, spacing again was picture perfect for Isaac, right outside of the range where Tornado's initial active frames were, and an excellently chosen 63C as well. Okay. Oh, great shield by Libekichi. That's matchup knowledge and awareness right there. Yeah, Isaac keeping aggressively a stance on the cycle they had just won. Libekichi definitely wanted to press buttons there. Oh, yeah. Here we go, guys. Libekichi's starting to crumble just before the pogo stick. And that's 8-7 now. Wow. I'm going to be honest, like, something like Hyde's Air 236X is very hard to enforce against players that know the countermeasure. And he's found a way to somehow enforce it, and it seems really consistent at this point in this first attempt now. You don't see Isaac use dash B to set up throw situations. Yeah, dash B seems like, I haven't seen many Hyde players use it often myself. Seems like it's niche, or maybe not the most used of Hyde's moveset for what people want to accomplish with the character. Wow, 6B caught the backdash. Yeah, Mika's backdash isn't too insane, so. It's not like the craziest thing in the world. Tornado again. Yep, it's been Libekichi's trusty Abra choice lately. Oh, what a confirm. 5B just in time to complete the pickup there. Isaac's in a great position. See, yeah, a great combo chosen there. I probably would have been good to spend meter just for tempo on the cycle especially, but now Libekichi's going to make this opportunity to reverse fate, win the cycle. Put Isaac in the corner. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, this is damage. Oh. I should have not said anything. As it turns out, yeah, the tempo of this match is too quick. Things can change in an instant. And in an instant they sure did change. Wow. Oh, great dash block. Excellent dash block. Libekichi was about to get clipped in the head by that 6B. Late second hit. Right, side switch. Yep, good delay tech. Oh, okay. Awkward. I think the delay tech saved Isaac's life, no matter how you look at it. But still awkward. Avio. And that's a GG. 9-7. Wow, Isaac's just playing so well right now. He's played this first to 10 pretty much by the book in terms of how he's playing to his own strengths, pretty much. How he's playing to his own playstyle. It's been really well done. These combo routes are so good. Okay, that is a dead Isaac. Oh, nice adjustment. Yeah, weird hit confirm. Had all the damage necessary to kill. 2A JA is a weird pickup for sure. Libekichi is the only Mika that does damage. Yeah, exactly. I feel the same way. It's absolutely true. And I think, interestingly, Libekichi doesn't really use Mika Missile as a mix-up in neutral as often as other Mikas. At least in this set. But I think in general that's true, just from when I can recall as well. He definitely uses his meter. Let's not misunderstand this. He uses his meter, but he doesn't use the meter in the same way. Like, it seems like he saves the meter often for stabilizing hit confirms, especially for like AR 623C. And if I'm being honest, it's well advised. Does Mika have an invincible reversal? Yeah, 623C is invincible. But she doesn't have a meterless invincible reversal, if that's what you mean. She has VO. She has, I mean, VO's not meterless, but anyway. She doesn't have a meterless one, but she has a true DP, 63C. It's not a big deal that she doesn't have a meterless DP, though. She has great frame data. She has 2 5-frame A normals. And she has a 3C. That's really good as well. It's a good 3C. Not just a 3C, it's a good 3C. Ooh, Isaac's crumbling now though. And it's not even like anything that much different. It's Libekichi is obviously like in emergency mode. He is going full throttle right now. But at the same time, it's like Isaac's starting to get hit by all these things now. Ooh, okay, wake up dash C. Alright, sure. Sure. Okay, VO. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yep. Libekichi's out. Unfortunately for Isaac, Isaac did it too many times in a row and made Libekichi remember the countermeasure. All right. Here we go, though. Is it so over or are we so back? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think this might be it. IW. Yeah, IWX. This might be a pixel. But I think it's either pixel or dead. One of those. There's no way. Yeah. Score is now 9-9. This is it. This is truly it. Final game. Alright, now Isaac's jumping around a lot. Risky, though. Dash B. Dash B went under 6B. No way. 6B has such a good hitbox on Hyde. And yet, Mika of all characters is able to go under with Dash B. Crazy. I mean, good for Mika. I'm not complaining in that regard, but I'm stunned. Okay, there's 63C. Hit confirm. Late hit Mika missile. Really well done. 6B1 is weird because it loses the strangest things. Yeah. I wonder if it was just a gap in the active frames that Libekichi threaded the needle through. But, oh my goodness. Isaac, set point. Oh no, Isaac again did it 2 times in a row. Libekichi's not gonna forget if you do it second time. You get over consistently with wall JC, and it could be low profile sometimes. But you mean wall JC is broken? Yeah. Wall JC is really good. But no, I get what you mean. Okay, this might be it. One more. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. I thought he was going to choke that. GG's, though. Wow. Do we need to see that again? We need to see that one more time, I think. Hold up. Okay. CS? Oh, okay. It was not as cool as I thought. I mean, it was cool, but I think Isaac was legitimately trying to run up throw and misinput as concentrate, but then CS'd when he saw the the flinch, which was the VO. Yeah, almost choked. Yeah. Yep. Thankfully, he had enough time to 6B. It looked like a punish still. But yeah, GG's. Amazing sets. 2 insane first to 10s back to back. Crazy. The players they chose for them were very well matched for sure. And Isaac coming away with the victory. Might not have been everyone's expectations, but seeing how it played out, I think it was definitely within the realm of possibility. And Libekichi had gotten things going, but was unable to put on a wave to really discourage Isaac from running his game the whole way through. I think that's what it came down to. Although I was a little scared for Isaac in game 18, I think it was. There was some back-to-back sequences where it was just a Libekichi train and it was looking a bit rough, but then Isaac landed a wake-up dash C, and I think that's what turned things around. But yeah, really well done. I'm glad that we got a chance to watch those two. Let me see. I think there's a lot of downtime they had between when the tournament started. So, let me just make sure. It's like casuals, right? Yeah, that was casuals. Okay, I think this is the start of the tournament here. Yeah, this is the start of the tournament. This is the qualifiers. Okay, like basically it's pools. So we can watch this. We can come back to it later. Briefly though, Wait, actually, did I want to talk about this right now? We can just talk about. We can just go to the tournament. We're on a roll right now. We have the momentum. Let's just finish watching. Yeah, we can watch. All right. All right. So again, this was Dondoko Toshi Yasure UNI. This was a New Year's Uni event that happened at the very end of 2023, organized by Ripu. Streamed on December 28th. They usually have this event every year. Or they've had this event every year for UNICLR at the end of every year. And this is the last one for UNICLR. Number of good players in this one. I don't have the player list on hand right now, unfortunately. So once this goes up in main uploads, which I'm not sure when it will or if it will, but I can assure you guys that if it goes into main upload, I'll have the player list in the description for sure. So that one I can assure, but whether it will go into main upload is uncertain. VAT versus rat matchup. Yep. So well put. So well put. Yep. This is indeed VAT versus rat. Yeah. So yeah, again, this tournament they had as part of Dondoko Toshi Yasure UNI was random 2-on-2, which means that basically players sign up and then they get randomly paired with another player and they face in a single elimination, I believe. So this was Zero versus Red Feather. Yeah, Lin versus Batista, it's not even that bad for Lin per se because of her mobility being really good. But that being said, it's definitely still slightly Batista favored because Batista does have initiative when applying what she can do in matchups. But still, because of Lin's mobility, because of her button speed, because of her ability to kind of stay engaged close up, I think it allows for her to have a much better advantage in this matchup than other characters might have that have a similar like rush down playstyle. Yeah, as walled, it's so rough. Oh my goodness. Ouchie. Don't worry, I feel that. Walled has a lot of rough matchups. I mean, it's sad too because Walled is, I think, a really good. He has a good grappler moveset. I want to say it like that. But in the context of Uni, it's just so difficult to win with him. Yeah, it's a waiting game 90% of the time. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh my god, that IW killed. Wow. Zero getting away with murder. He's not really a grappler emo. Yeah, I think that's how good his moveset is though, right? The fact that we're even saying that, that goes to show how good his moveset is. But then of course it's in the context of Uni. And he has one of the worst single properties you can have in a game like this, which is a step dash. At least he doesn't feel like a traditional grappler. I see what you mean though. Yeah. Yeah, he's not like a Street Fighter grappler. He's not a Capcom grappler, that's for sure. Capcom makes their grapplers, these days especially, they make their grapplers kind of awful. I think the same can be said though, how you're talking about Waldstein not being a grappler, the same can be said for KOF, characters that have a command grab. Like, for example, Yuri has a command grab, but people don't call her a grappler. On the other hand, Orochi Yashiro, people usually call him a grappler. The step dash, do you think it's the best thing? Do explain. I do want to have a different perspective on this, so please feel free. Because the way I've seen it, the step dash is what makes his matchups difficult. But you think it's his best thing because you can cancel it into itself. Oh, I see what you mean. But you don't get a lot of distance though, right? Because like when I look at his step dash compared to like Akatsuki, even Akatsuki, like yeah, it's having a step dash for him is terrible, but at least the amount of time it takes for him to move a certain amount of distance much shorter than for Waldstein. But is the canceling it into itself something that like Waldstein players value a lot, or is it mostly just, you know, a good property of a step dash, but not a good, not like a good thing overall? Oh, the dash. You think the dash is kind of bad, but the walk is insane. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I'm talking about the. Sorry, when I say step dash, I mean like I mean like his dash not being a run, basically. You think the dash is kind of bad, but the walk is insane. Oh, I get what you mean then. Okay. Got it. Shimming outside command throw range, then doing 680 360A. Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen the Waldstein players do like the little weird, what's it called? Like wiggle walk. It's so easy after they whiff a move. Yeah, for sure. Gotcha. I do wish Waldstein got more love in terms of the UNI2 changes, but the good Waldstein players are still a joy to watch. I will say that. There's still been a number of good active Waldsteins in Japan. I think Hayao is still active. Shinonome. I think Unabara is also active, and then of course Kyo and Watanabe Shacho is also coming back, so should be a good number of Waldsteins to enjoy watching as we're going into UNI2. You think the walk canceling into itself is his fast way of moving around, by the way? You think the run is pretty much tied to his command throw? Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, okay, the walk canceling itself, yes. Yes, that would make sense then. Because I have seen it, and I thought it was something just funny, but if it's legitimately like powerful form of movement, then it would make sense. Because I definitely did not take that into account. Okay, my apologies, guys. This is Daniru versus Mobumurabito. So, Daniru is one of the most skilled Batista players that's still active in Japan. He's got a lot of tech. He's got a lot of mastery of the character, Batista. Strong combo routes. Very clinical Batista play. And we just saw Mobumurabito in the first of 10. He's also very experienced. Merkava, especially grew to have more experience in UNICLR. Unfortunately, as the matchup goes, if you don't really have a strong grip, then it can go as you just saw. The Daniru maintained full control, and that was that. So the first one was a timeout though, so it wasn't like a no contest, right? But at the same time, it's going to be difficult. So we'll skip forward to the next one. No idea what the players are just yet. How to know when a VAT player is going overhead? Just listen to their stick. I see you. I see you. But what if they're playing on hitbox? Even better. Sounds like everyone's got to invest in the Xiaohai box, but make it soundproof or something. Just like make it swallow all the sound. Okay, this is 0 versus P4 Luciner. Oh, P4 Luciner. Believe a US Lin. Really cool. Seems like they made the trip out to this event. Your friend now buffers overhead, then does 2C. That sounds like some next level metagaming though. Honestly, it's amusing, but that's too much to think about. You shout, stop listening to your stick. Yeah. That definitely sounds like some like nth layer metagaming. Which, you know, if you're trying to win the highest level tournaments, then yes, you do have to have a plan for that. Because it's absolutely a factor. Can happen, so. It's not something that the players watching, like, it's not something that I can analyze, obviously. It's not something that we'd be able to see or take note of while we're watching a match, but if you're there in person playing in a tournament, then you definitely have to take that into account. Also, Lucenter securing round number 1. Yeah, well done. I think Lucenter wasn't playing too aggressively, but those EX Hyans and those charge Gugas were well placed for just catching Zero in the air, about to approach the ground, that kind of thing. But ooh, force function, yeah, punishable on block. Great roll. In UNI2, that will show, what's it called? Barrier breached. So funny. Barrier breached. Great flash kick. Ooh, the roll. I don't know if that was even wise, because even if the spacing was better, I think it still would have been a punish on the other side by Zero. For now, though, P4 Lucenter playing patiently. Yeah. Yeah, the recovery on the fireball is not really enough. But the idea is there. P4 Lucenter is still trying to look for those aggressive spots to force his way in. Force their way in, yeah. You're not seeing a lot of partitioning. Yeah, Zero's definitely implementing a more, you know, foundational level Batista game plan for the time being. It's been solid enough for the most part, although some of the cracks are starting to show. This will have to be closed out quickly, otherwise P4 Lucenter can absolutely make this all the way back. There's the Hien. Roll into Hien. Oh. Yeah, the Hien confirms you do have to hit them. That's a lot of damage you're missing out on if you don't hit them. Alright, but that's game 1. Goes to the team of Zero. And presumably the other player is Deniru. Yeah. So now we're going to see Kaji next. Kaji is a Merkava player. Active for a very long time. Oh, wait. Kaji. Does Kaji also play Landrikia? They might actually also play Landrikia. But I believe Merkava is their main. We'll see which character they play here. Oh, looks like Landrikia. Okay. Well, even more exciting. We haven't seen enough Landrikia, so we can talk about him a little bit. I believe this... Oh, what the... What happened there? Okay, weird. Landrikia is one of the most stable characters in the game. That's a good way to put it. Yeah. In fact, I think Landrikia is one of the matchups that Batista has the most difficulties against. You also like making fun of his throw damage. Yeah, his throw being the way it is kind of whack. But this matchup is actually pretty good for Landrikia, all things considered. This is a matchup that Batista would not prefer. Although, all are mortal to the likes of Beedrill. Unfortunately, Kaji is committed to this. Yep. Throwing out some of the tools. This fireball especially, right, is what is going to give Batista a bit trickiness because of the ease of access to cancel options that Landrikia has as a meter especially. 6B. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We're not seeing some active defensive measures from Doniru here. Allowing Kaji to just do 6B for free. It's not a good sign. Oh my goodness. 2A 6B. Are Batista players that attached to down back for the flash kick charges because of that? Like that's I don't know. I mean, there could be the element of fear too, right? I don't want to miss out on considering that, but at the same time, right? Well, you can't let Landrikia get away with 2A 6B. Although it's not going to matter. Comeback secured for Daniru. All that was necessary was one good hit. On hitbox, flash kick is one button DP. Literally one button DP. Yep. So I guess with that in mind, Daniru wanted to keep it available. And I guess sure, you know, if he's confident in his defense, he can just leave the respect. Alright, P4 Lucenter versus Alpaca Man. Alpaca Man's been active a lot on Merkava. Not just in UNICLR, but in Unist, Arcade Unist. Arcade Unist was when he was early into playing the game, though. So since then, he's improved greatly. Definitely one of the top Merkavas that are active and remaining. Although, when it comes to like top Merkavas, I'd still put Crow and Ryusei above Alpaca Man. But that being said, Alpaca Man is not too far from those two. At the end of the day, what it comes down to for some of these Merkava players is just experience, namely in matchups. It's not really going to be like anything super specific to like the game plan, because the game plan is relatively scripted. But in terms of the way matchups are played, in terms of how the hits are secured, how the combo routes are structured, maybe, that's where things might differ slightly between Merkava players. So in terms of the matchup, back in Unist, I was of the opinion that this matchup is fine for Lin, but I think Cap'n Sugar has expressed great disapproval of this. And of course, I'm not active on playing Lin anymore, so I don't know of the recent opinions that people have of this matchup. But in my opinion, it can't be that bad for Lin. She has tools to deal with this. Mobility, not just on the ground, but on the air, in the air. It just so happens she has the right anti-air for Merkava, 6C. And of course, force function, still a great anti-air as well. She has Kuga, which is a much more readily available projectile than that of Merkava. So I think she can still do fine in this matchup. Yep, especially when you can just do EX Hien from the skies, from the opposite side of the world, pretty much. Nice conversion. Oh wow, force function catching the dive kick from Alpaca Man. The only Lin Merc matchup you've played is in BB Tag and you hate it as Lin. I see. BB Tag is a different game, but, you know, I can understand if the hatred carries over to this game. Oh my goodness. I mean, P4 Lucenter is doing extremely well so far. Alpaca Man hasn't gotten started a single bit, but at the same time, he is getting clipped by these, yeah, he got clipped by the increased B Hien quite a bit. Perhaps was a slight of a gatekeeper, but it's good to throw it out early, see if your opponent has the countermeasures against it, and go from there. So next is Kaji versus Shinonome. We were just talking about Shinonome, one of the Waldstein players that's been active in UNICLR throughout most of the lifespan of the game. Even before UNICLR, they were on Waldstein, of course, but especially in UNICLR. Do people know Hien counterplay, walk forward? I didn't know of the walk forward, but the walk forward makes sense. The ones I was aware of was the throw and just the simple fuzzy guard. In my experience, the throw seemed the most reliable, but if you just walk forward, then it makes sense. Here's the problem though, right? In UNI2, aren't they changing the way Hien B works, like such that it's more consistent to like not jump over people? That might affect the walk forward countermeasure if that's the case. It's not good in tag, yeah, even after Merkava nerfs. I see. Maybe. Yeah, I guess we'll have to try that out once the game's out. Alright, so Landrika versus Waldstein. Obviously, Landrika gets quite the initiative in this one. naturally. But Shinonoma gathering information in the first round, I don't think it's too big of a deal. He even though he lost the round, a lot of time passed in that one, and gave him a lot of information to work with. So now he's got a good fighting chance going into round number 2. You didn't like the wall clap nerfs, but understand why. Right. Okay, good defense from Kaji so far. Yeah, this spacing, Kaji's being very present in mind of. That is basically picture-perfect spacing for Waldstein. Although Shinonome is going to get... Yeah, he's going to get stuff started off of this. Looking dangerous here. Ooh, but Rekkas are too good. The clap shockwave no longer has a hitbox. I see. Yeah, we'll have to just see how it turns out in practice, right? Before we make any judgments. There's still a chance that a few things might have changed from the beta to the release version. Ooh, great catch on the shield. Yep. So now grid broken. Oh, okay. 2 COS. Side switch, perhaps? Nope. Just going for damage. Interesting choice. Doesn't look like it's going to be that big of a deal, though, with this next hit. Oh, yeah. Shinonome doesn't go for the corner carry, doesn't seem like. So far, at least. Uh-oh. Crucial drop. Oof. Huge confirm, too, here. Is this dead? It sure is. Oh, wait. No. What? What? Okay, grid Vic throw. Oh no. It was charge A Rekka that decided it, the low. So Kaji's team takes it. God press ender is the thing to decide based on cycle. Oh, got it. Yeah, I didn't take that into account too. Yeah, honestly, more often than not, I would see Shacho go for just command grab enders mid screen, because it is more damage. But like in Claire lately, I've been seeing players like Kyo. I'm trying to remember the other player. I think Hayao as well. Go for God press enders off of a lot of hits. But again, I didn't take into account the situation, so I probably didn't notice that it was a cycle-based decision. At the time, he was grid broken, so God press would have been better for the corner. Right. Yeah. Unfortunate. Okay, so let's see when the next match was. Seems like a lot of downtime for this one. Perhaps they finished the qualifier. Nope, one more. All right, so next is no idea who yet. Presumably Rummy and Deepu. Oh, this is an actual match. Well, I can't hear the audio right now, so we'll just hold off on saying which players these are. But it looks like they're just going right in. Long combos give your opponent cycles, so God press is not a good choice most of the time. Right, good point. Yeah, that is non-trivial too. There's a lot of times when, you know, you just give your opponent free grid for doing too long of a combo. For sure. Okay. Grade 3B. Wow. Alright, so this is going to be to the corner. Keeping it simple, the ender. Deepu going for force function OS. Yeah, sorry guys. Unsure on the players right now. I'm assuming the phone on is Deepu because, like, I mean, after all, let's be real. Who's playing phone on in the Year of Our Lord 2023? Or 2024 for that matter. Okay, it's Thomas and Deepu. I see. Yeah, I mean, as I was saying. But yeah, okay. So, interesting start so far. The pace has been favorable for Thomas's Carmine, but Ripu secured his hits comfortably to turn things around, and Phonon still has a lot of damage, despite the, you know, I know a lot of people feel some way about Phonon and Claire, but she's still a good character, and she still has a lot of damage. Because of how slow it is, it's a little over 1.5 blocks. Oh dear, yeah, that's unfortunate. The Carmine color plus stage choice is devious. Did you know on a stage, if Chaos sets dog on the left of stage, you can't really see it? No, I did not. Yeah, that's I was mentioning this earlier in the stream, but regarding like custom colors, I'm hoping that tournaments are a bit strict on how those are used, and maybe perhaps even banning them altogether in offline tournaments. Because yeah, not just like for stuff that you see, but also for just amount of time people might spend if you're trying to do it on stream, or you know, in the middle of the tournament, you know, that kind of thing. But okay, so who took that? Ripu took it. Good stuff. Again, you know, Ripu's a very strong Phonon, one of the strongest in Japan that's active. Good combos, good neutral, all the good stuff. Although I thought Ripu, I could have sworn Ripu won that. Yeah, Ripu did win it. So they just need to update the score. But in any case, this is going to be Hyde and Mika. Again, I'm not sure because the audio on my end is really low. I might have to fix that just right now, so I can hear. But yeah, Hyde and Mika. We just saw a ton of this earlier in the first 10. So I'm not going to try to add anything new to that other than the players that are playing perhaps are very different, which does change how the matchup is played, to be fair. But so far, not too much aggression from the Mika. Okay, it's Madcroc and Suteneko. So we saw Suteneko earlier, same Mika. Madcroc has been active for a long time on Hyde, playing the game for a long time, in fact. Yep, I think he and B-Men are among the most experienced Hyde players that are still active in the game in Japan. And experience goes a long way in Uni. But sometimes experience doesn't matter in the face of a 360 in the corner. Okay, 5A throw. And this round looks all Madcrocs right now. A. Yeah, wow, Suteneko and Libekichi play so differently. Oh my goodness. I mean, even like, let alone like Madcroc and Isaac. Oh, great adjustment. Oof. Alright, keeping it simple, Suteneko is. Good block. Yep, great defense from Madcroc. DP. Ooh, I wonder if Palebringer might have worked a little better. A block. Oh! Slight hesitance from Madcroc might be cost. Oh, drop though. Oh my goodness. And it's just the 2 ways. Yeah, seeing that Suteneko and Mobumurabito in the initial first to 10, both of them were flitching to the 2-way pressure. Yeah, the just going for the 2A, 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 2A to finish off the round was quite wise. I mean, I'm not sure if Mad Croc saw that set, but you know, if he did, then that was the perfect thing to do. Gapless lows are cheap, exactly. No, I totally get hit by them all the time. It's just like, yeah, the idea of flinching after a few moves in a block string is very real in Uni. Like, people will kind of laugh at it if you're coming from another game. It's like, oh, it was just a gapless block string. What are you doing? But legit, if you're getting hit by gapless 2A lows, and it can be very scary, even if it's just, you know, yeah, even if it's like just a complete true block string, it can be very scary. Okay, so Mad Croc versus Lipu. The tiebreaker. Yep, interestingly, something I've noticed about Phonon's air fireball, especially for players that have played against Phonon and Unist, is that they still respect the fireball. I mean, obviously the fireball is still good, but the frame data is way different. It's not like super plus like it was in that game. But players are still respecting it quite a bit. Obviously, the risk is that, you know, since the frame data on block is closer to 0, it can make it even more risky to challenge it in some ways. Because the spacing is still the same. And Phonon still has a 6 frame button that she can press at that range. Nice, J6C, excellent. Because of the counter hit, you get all the time in the world to confirm. Good blocks. Yep, there's the challenge I was talking about. Yep. So perhaps Mad Croc was just incorporated into the conditioning. Make Deepu feel comfortable, too comfortable. Oh no! Oh, that should have been a pale ringer right there. A bit of a blunder. You disagree with the CS use from Hyde? Oh. Yeah. Yes, using CS properly is very difficult. That's one of the harder things to gain a feel for in this game, especially defensive CS. But even offensive CS can be very difficult. There's the pale bringer. Yeah, I wonder if it was misinputs earlier. Mad Croc just not getting the half circle. And admittedly, in UNICLR, the half circles are less lenient than they will be in Uni2. So yeah, it's possible, but you know. Oh dear, that is GG. It is over. Beyond over. No meter needed. Yeah. GG's indeed. Alright, so good stuff to both of them. I think, yeah, at the end of the day, Deepu is just so experienced by this point. It's going to be hard to find the cracks in his play. Alright, so what's this next one? Suteneko versus Yangi. So, yeah, Mika Batista. This is a bit tricky for Mika. But similarity as for Lin, if Mika can find a way to close space, or if she's given space that she can close, then Batista can be in trouble because of the run speed, because of the mobility that Mika has, all of that. Still though, it's up to Batista to be able to dictate the pace, take initiative, decide how to exploit the space or disengage, that kind of thing. Yeah, it's a round start JC, interestingly. Yeah, Suteneko's gonna have to be creative with the approach. I'm not sure about the run-up full jumps, to be honest, but so far Yagi hasn't demonstrated the direct countermeasure, so we'll see. Great shield, yeah. Yep, so there you go. Yep, shielding the Mika missile. basically entirely lock out the options from the Mika player. So it's ideal. All right, JC B drill. Let's go. Let's go. And yeah, for those of you unfamiliar, Yagi's been playing the game for a while himself. Long time Batista player, dating back to Arcade Unist. So cool to see them still playing in UNICLR. Alright, Assault JC. Yeah, Suteneko still. Yeah. But of course, since Batista pressure is so flexible, Yagi doesn't have to directly think about this very much. Although in that situation, yeah, perhaps it would have been a good thing to consider. But we'll see. Wake up, JC. Alright. I see you. Oh, I ran out of time. I don't even think that would have been. Would that have been enough anyway? Like, it ran out of time just as it was about to hit and do the damage. Not only that, but Suteneko still lost the meter. That's so bad. That's legit a scam. Like, at least let the damage happen, you know. But we didn't need to see if the damage happened because the time ended right when it was about to. So Suteneko got scammed out of 100 meter. Oh, I got hit. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, Yagi's playing pretty safe overall. They're not being too direct with playing to Batista's strength in the matchup. Basically just saying, yeah, if I do enough to land the Batista shenanigans, it'll be enough. So we'll see if it turns out to be enough. Given it's a 1st to 1, you know, you don't want to play with your food too much, but at the same time, if you can spend less effort, then why not, I suppose. Oh no. Pardon me, safe VO. Probably would not have been a safe VO in UNI2, but this was not UNI2. Looking good for Suteneko right now. What a jump. Yeah, Yagi's just not taking direct measures at applying the scary things that Batista can do against Mika. Yagi's been putting themselves in Mika tornado ranges. Yeah, that too. Definitely for sure. It's like yeah, it didn't look convincing enough, to be honest. You could feel it kind of leaning towards Suteneko towards the end there. But well fought nonetheless. Yeah. Regardless, though, let's see. Next was B-Men, presumably. Okay, it's probably Ripu and B-Men. Could also be Isaac, I don't know. We'll find out. Force function OS, early. Yeah, Ripu is very consistent with showing it early. Not afraid. It's good damage. It's easy confirm. All of that. Unfortunately, because of the grid cost, you do have to be a little careful. But considering that it leads to such early damage and tempo for Phonon, it's not a big deal. Also, this is probably Isaac, right? Just based on how... just based on the stuff I'm seeing from the Hyde players so far, you know. Oh no! What? I think the CS the 63C a little early, or perhaps thought that the oh no Okay, yeah, Ripu spending CS to try to make up for. Yeah, okay, all right. That was a little weird, but it's okay. Round start 6FF. Yeah, using the meter like that definitely hurts. I agree. Especially considering that the 63C really should have killed. But I think he CS'd it right before the last hit, which is unfortunate because that last hit does quite a bit of damage. 844 damage on the IW. Yeah, this is probably Isaac. Oh wow. Okay. All right, wake up 5BB. This could be dead because of the cycle ensuing. Yep. No, actually might not be dead. Yeah. Scaling from the super. Unfortunate. So Isaac's still got one more chance. Hey. Alright, wake up 5A. Yeah. Well. We never found out which players these were, although, I mean, I feel like it's kind of obvious it was probably Ripu the Phonon. And the Hyde was probably Isaac. Okay, so... Oh, wait, no. Hold up. What's going on here? Isaac versus Thomas. Was I fooled all along? CVO damage nerf hit really hard. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They were scared of the damage that characters were doing in Unis, so they're like, let me put a stop to that. But you know, given all the damage potential that you can do in UNI2, we'll see if it's even impactful, this change that they're reverting. Because I feel like the more focus people will put towards is on the more damage potential you can get from gaining meter in Vorpal. Like, I shouldn't say gaining meter, like getting meter refunded in Vorpal. I think that's where people will eventually start to optimize with more focus. Like, you know, we'll find some routes that are possible with that. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, 2.5 touch I think is accurate, especially especially if we take into account winning Vorpal. Oh, sick combo routes from Thomas. Let's go. Fuzzy. You're gonna take so much damage. Hey. 4.4. Guess for game. Oh, yeah. I think Isaac kind of second guessed seeing that. I mean, what can you do? You have to block, right? I don't know if maybe Palebringer will catch the backdash, but you have to think really fast in that situation, and Isaac didn't think fast enough, I guess. Yeah, I think Palebringer would have worked. Okay, Vio gets baited, and that is all. Quick round. Oh no. Okay. Sorry about that. Isaac just trying to give us a heart attack for no reason. Like, why did he see us there? Oh my goodness. Alright, thankfully he just did the JA. I guess he just wanted to kill in style. Yeah, well, yeah, that gave me a scare for no reason. But anyway, good stuff to Isaac. So now it's Yagi versus Madcroc. No, I think we did see Isaac earlier then. If this is Yagi now. Anyway, whatever. So Yagi versus Madcroc. Let's see if Yagi readjust themselves to playing a bit more with, like, you know, more initiative, more assertiveness, that kind of thing. You're playing a top tier, you got to play like it.
さあ見ていきましょう。バティスタ・ハイド。さあこれに、ヤギバティスタ
Ooh, great choice of button in the air, Madcroc. The JA beating cleanly out of Batista's JC startup. Uh-oh. We're getting hit by raw charge FF. That's how you know the Batista is down backing for flash kick. DP. Ooh, I think they could have killed with EX DP. Just gotta look for that. That's definitely worth spending EX meter for. Yeah, especially if something like this happens. You don't want it to snowball, which it easily can against Batista. Decent combo out from Yagi. But even better delay tech. And that's it. Oh, what? What? Sorry. What are these Hyde players doing? Oh no. Okay. Anyway, it worked. Everything's good. No worries there. Alright, yes. DP. Fine. Alright, punish. Most supers are 3 frames, throw invincible on startup. Oh, I see. Okay. I mean, but like you just DP though. Why don't you just why would you spend the why don't you just DP? Right? You don't have to spend the meter; it would still kill. But I thanks for clarifying that. That makes sense. Alright, Bidro. Ah, there it is. So Yagi waited a little bit to show it directly, but now it's confirmed that he's definitely, you know, obviously charging for flash kick in these block strings. Yep, 3 times in a row. Players of Madcroc's experience are definitely going to go for the shield the 3rd time. And that was an early assault JC, so I think the frame advantage was definitely more emphasized. Oh dear, that's dead. That is so dead. Doesn't matter that you're Batista, you can't be countered. Oh, whiff the throw. Disrespect. Disrespect. Nah, that's part of the combo. Yeah, good stuff to Madcroc. Learn from Isaac, I know, right? Alright, speaking of Isaac, their battle will be legendary. Yeah, okay, this is what I'm expecting now. Full party time. These are some Naruto run pursuits. Yep. Yep. I mean, what am I to say about this? all I can really think of is that yeah, this was expected. How this match is going so far. Not the result. I'm not saying the result's unexpected either, but I'm saying like the way the players are playing is expected. You don't think Isaac loses this? Yeah, I agree. If you're gonna play Isaac's game, I don't think you can beat Isaac at his own game. Not in the Hyde mirror. Oh dear. Okay, hold up. Wait a minute. Oh, I thought there was going to be a round start J6C, to be honest. Alright. Dash C. Okay. Wake up dash C. Oh, okay, he's blocking. Makes sense. Oh, no. Is this... No, wait. Surely this is not dead, right? Surely not. Oh my goodness, this... Okay, no, one more, yeah. He didn't get the 100 meter yet, but... Yikes. Good punish from Madcroc. That was... I'm pretty sure that game was won just because of that one punish. But man, if you return to Monkey, Isaac will beat you with experience. Yeah, what happened? You looked away. VO punish happened. Madcroc had like the textbook 6B VO punish.
はい、決勝の前にちょっとだけ休憩取らせてもらいます。
Yeah.
申し訳ないです。決勝は、
Yep. Okay, so free play. Oh, we can skip this because we're focusing on the tournament. Okay, top 8. Here we go. Here we go. So, first match is Thomas and Goodscoots. We talked about Thomas a little bit. Carmine that's been pretty active throughout UNICLR and online. Goodscoots is one of the top Aurea players in Japan for sure. I think, in fact, Goodscoots is one of the in terms of like knowledge and usage of Aurea's tools, I think Goodscoots shows the most mastery of them because he's able to like kind of use the more niche tools in a way that I've seen some other Aurea players not necessarily make use of. That being said, though, there's still some things that other Aurea players can excel in. Like Ryu is just so good in tournaments, and you know, he's good reactions, good at playing and making quick decisions. And overall, I think he's one of the scariest Aurea players to play against Ryu. Nishinet is good at making adjustments and generally like finding a way to win even the craziest, seemingly unwinnable matchups, or like not matchups, like just situations. So anyway, so in this case, I think Goodscoots has definitely an edge in terms of like he can find which tool would work well from Aurea's moveset in these sorts of matchups, but at the same time, I don't know how much Carmine experience Goodscoots has, so we'll see. Aurea pressure is insane to deal with. Yeah, I agree. I guess I'm not crazy then. Yeah, 5A, 5C, 2A. You know, I hate dealing with that. Even, it's not even just that, to be honest. Like, a lot of Aurea's moves are a little deceptive in the animation. So then when time comes, you have to deal with 6B. It becomes so hard to react to it, even though strictly speaking, it's slow frame data wise. Like, it's like, yeah, on paper it would be reactable, but the animations are just too subtle. Yeah, 9 frame gap resets, they don't look at ever. Exactly. Yeah, 5A, 5C, 2A, 5A, 5C, 2A. It makes me feel so dumb when I have to block that. Because 5C moves Aurea so far forward. But yeah, Goodscoots making the comeback there, staying calm under the Carmine pressure. Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much. I think recently people have been saying I'm tired of pretending Aurea is not a top tier. That might be a little much. I don't think it's necessary to say that Aurea is a top tier, but Aurea is definitely a character you need to practice against to know how to play against her. Because she's definitely not like, she's not as harmless as the appearance might seem. She does have weaknesses, right? And her confirms are not always stable. They don't always lead to good damage or good enders. Like, I shouldn't say good enders, like more so like knockdowns, right? The knockdowns aren't always great. She can struggle with side switching and corner carry. She can, not always, but. And then one of the worst things too is that she struggled with tacking VO at the end of her combos. Thankfully, it's not. I'm talking about like Vorpal Strip VO. Thankfully, it's not going to be a big deal anymore going into UNI2, since Vorpal Strip might not be a metagame prevalent thing anymore, given that it doesn't actually Vorpal Strip at this point. But yeah, I think things will work well in her favor for UNI2. No one you've ever seen does 3.4k off of 6B. Your friend doesn't consistently, and you were forced to learn how to block. Yeah, 6B is such a pain, dude. And legitimately, even in high-level play, I see people get hit like that by that so much. And it just makes me think, like, this move is much better than people might make it seem like it is based on how it looks on paper. 6B 214AB, microdash 5B. Yeah. Yeah. 5B, 63B. Alright, so this is Mad Croc versus Libekichi. We've seen a lot of Mika Hyde, haven't we? Alright, this should be dead. So dead, yeah. Have you ever been doing pressure against Oria? The Oria I've played against the most is Norse. And I don't get a chance to play against her often because I'm not in SoCal as much anymore. But whenever I do pressure against her, it feels like I'm from the back footing because of specifically stuff like 5A. You know, it's like, oh yeah, I'm at a good spacing, right? I'm like -1 at a good spacing. Oh, get hit by the classic reversal VO. I'm guessing that's what that is. Then get hit by 6B and take 6K. Ah, I haven't, but no, trust me, I've been there, and it is rough. No matter whether Oria even has VO. Oh, random VO. Got it. Yeah. That's how it can feel, because a lot of, like, especially VO with how it is in UNICLR, even defensive VO, it's just such a painful thing to get hit by. And then we talk about offensive VO, specifically when used as a means of vorpal stripping. It's just way too strong, right? And then you get hit by 6B, and then you take the damage after. So yeah, I get it. So in that regard, I'm definitely glad that VO is being changed to some degree in UNI2. But it still won't take away the psychological damage suffered from that kind of thing. It was such a good match, I know, right? You just gotta know sometimes. Oh, that didn't punish? Oh, maybe it wasn't a shield. I actually can't even remember. Hi there. Does yes, does Oria have matchup advantage versus Batista? Honestly, I'm not sure. I feel like Oria can fight Batista fine though. She does have decent tools, but I wouldn't say it's advantage. Yeah, that seems reasonable enough to me. I mean, off the top of my head, the only characters I can think of at the current moment that outright seem like they have a good time against Batista are Hilda and Laundrikia. There might be another character I'm not thinking of. Maybe User. Anyway, I don't play these characters enough to say like, yeah, this is favorable. I played Hilda enough to say like Hilda definitely feels fine versus Batista. Feels pretty good for Hilda, but I don't know about the other characters I mentioned. It feels like you have to navigate neutral like a god to feel like you're winning. Yeah, for sure. Which Gutsugutsu has amazing Oria movement for sure. So I think if you were to face Batista right now, I'd definitely put my money on him. Ooh, good block. Nice. Buffering. Wall feels amazing the 10% of the time you're in. Yeah. Oh, what a confirm. Oh my goodness. Genius. Oh, these walk forwards. Shoutouts to Mad Croc for keeping composed there. Wow. Oria walk speed is no joke, but at the same time, Oria walking straight in front of your face is legit the scariest thing on planet Earth. Oh. The shield pushback didn't work in Hyde's favor. Yep. Gutsugutsu is really playing in a way that's probably frustrating to Mad Croc right now. Throw. Oh, this is really bad. No VO available for Mad Croc either. This is really bad. Good block. Yeah, yeah. That was legitimately like the minute that green shield came out, that was gonna be a very tough hill to climb back from Mad Croc. You don't see a lot of dash C normally from Oria, right? Right. Good. I mean, again, Gutskutsu I think knows really well how to use Oria's moveset, like especially her more niche tools. The disjoint, I can definitely see it. J2C. One of my commenters noted in the Gutskutsu compilation that Gutskutsu uses J2C really intelligently. And I think Oria's J2C is actually a pretty good button. I'm in agreement. The dash B change is probably going to be pretty good for this Oria. For sure. For sure. Absolutely. Oria in general is, again, probably... I mean, I'm sure like top level players aren't underrating her, but I feel like she is kind of slept on among a lot of maybe mid-level players. You can't ignore her strengths. You do have to find solutions to how to deal with her. Throw baiting is nice, but against 180 it's rough. I see. Okay. But 180 is not going to be really effective anymore in UNI2, so hopefully that's something that's not going to be too bad for her anymore. You're an Oria believer? Absolutely. I see it in your profile picture. Yeah, no, Oria is a very good character in the right hands. You do have to play to her strengths, of course, but playing to her strengths is so rewarding. 1D80 is the OS now. Yeah, so you just have to change the timing, right? But that will still affect how effective it is as an OS. Because if you're narrowing down the timings, then people are a little bit more comfortable in how they can address blowing it up, you know? Okay, so this is Chowai versus Suteneko. How often do we see Eltnum in UNICLR? Goodness me. Very infrequently anymore. Especially in Japan. I think only it's like Niato and maybe... I can't even think of anyone else that's been super active on the character. So yeah, I guess Chowai and Niato. But yeah, Eltnum is in a weird spot in UNICLR, admittedly. The nerfs were weird because there were like a lot of bug fixes, which just turned out to be obscene nerfs. People didn't take too kindly to them. She still got good damage, but it does seem that other characters can kind of accomplish similar things without having to work around Eltnum's difficulties. You don't feel like Eltnum is all that great in this version. That sentiment is shared among a lot of people. I think the real thing that's keeping her together right now even is the damage. Because the damage is still good. But the combo enders are such utter garbage. I mean, and she still has versatility. She still has 2 5 frames. One of them's a low. She still has great DPs. Or I shouldn't say great DPs. Really, cutting sync is the main DP that's good. But yeah, I agree with you. She's not really that good in this version. Probably over-nerfed. Wake up Assault J. Let's go. Nice adjustment on the confirm there. Yeah, but literally got back-teched dash B and lost the cycle. Let's go. Let's go. Yep. Eltnum combo enders are held together by basically just paper and, I don't know. nothing at this point. Oh, ran out of bullets. I will admit I did not notice. Suteneko clearly didn't notice either, but hey. I think that was what cost Choi there. Because had that been plus frames, I think there would have been enough time to run out the clock slightly. Turtle a little bit. Yeah, Elnum's a tragic story. Here's to hoping that she gets a little bit better in the next version. Bulletless Elton is the worst character in the game. Yeah, no doubt about it. Literally. Goodness. I mean, she can't even use, like, what, half her moveset? Close to? Or, like, half her good moves. Let's put it that way. Half her good moves. Okay, so now we get to see Oshuhito for the first time today. Looks like it's going to be against Ripu. This is a arcade classic, if you guys have been watching the game for that amount of time. Tokyo arcade classic. The matchup is doable for Phonon. In fact, more than doable. But Phonon has a lot of things that force Seth to have to play a little differently. Seth can't just like fly around in the air and set orbs at will. He does have to respect the threat of JC and the fireballs that cover the space. 22X. 623 in fact is great as well. And when you combine all of that with the fact that it's a Ripu Phonon, who he himself has a ton of experience against Oshuhito, to me, it's reasonable to say that this is absolutely winnable for Ripu. It's a good start so far. Getting Seth jailed in the corner is the right idea, but ooh, yeah. Because of the grid lead that Oshuhito had, it didn't really seem like he was that uncomfortable in the situation he was in. Yeah, Oshuhito waiting a little bit so that he can assure that he wins the cycle, waiting behind his orb. Oh, really good spot for Ripu right now. Good blocks. Oh, just when I say. Yep. This might be dead. Spend CVO. Oh no, just double super. Yep, it's phone on, I forgot. Keeps back 72 meter. Really good. Yeah, the minimum damage on phone on 63C is pretty insane. Plus it gives hard knockdown. Crazy. Not just hard knockdown, but hard knockdown with a lot of frame advantage too. What a 3C. Yeah, Oshuhito's respecting the phone on options at range for sure. And just trying to see if he can snipe something from afar. It makes sense. Oh, command grab, nice. Maybe Ripu has to be a bit more aggressive now. He's still playing calmly for now. Oh, nice. Whip punish. Planned. Completely planned. Oh! He knew. What if he knew? Why didn't he just press the button right away? Seth is the true grappler of the game. Very true. Yeah, I'm surprised too, because Oito doesn't really use the command grab that often. But to be fair, the damage on it was nerfed in UNICLR. So, and Ripu takes this one. Wow. Yep. As I was saying, it was very winnable. The shorter sets are where you definitely want to try to throw your punches as hard as you can at Oshuhito, because that's your best chance at beating him. The shorter sets. And so he did. So this is B-Man Koze, Hyde Oria. We were just talking about Oria. We're going to see some more of her. So Koze doesn't have a lot of experience, but he's still a good player. But that being said, I think B-Man definitely has the edge here. A lot more experience on Hyde than Koze has on Oria. Because the matchup itself, I don't feel like it's a matchup that favors either character per se. Although, if you guys have experience in this, correct me if I'm wrong. It just feels like the tools for both characters are just so versatile that, you know, they'll both find their way out of whatever grip they're in. And it just comes down to the players' experiences themselves. Wow. Alright then. Alright, B-Man keeping it simple. Oh, great spacing on that. That was a B fireball, in fact. Definitely did not expect it. Backdash 6B. Let's go. You think Hyde's tools for zoning are worse than Oria's? Part of it too, though, is Oria's backdash mid-screen, specifically for keep away, is crazy good. But I think it balances out, though. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, the zoning point is worth considering still. Because if ever there's a case where time is ticking out, then it does seem like Oria is going to be able to keep away much more easily. Tools to stop getting zoned. Oh, anti-zoning. Yeah, I mean, I still feel the way I did about Oria's backdash, but anti-zoning, I see what you mean. Yeah, 2-2x being a complete stop sign against zoning stuff is pretty crazy. Yeah, tools to deal with zoning. Gotcha. Makes sense. Oh, great punish. Just keep it simple. Don't go crazy. Yep, that's fine. Nice. Wins the cycle. Oh, 3COS. I see. Oh, there it is. Oh, okay. Yeah. So Koze wins. Yeah, B-Man, after getting hits, wasn't able to keep his offense going for long enough. But at the same time, I think Koze did a good job of turning things around in neutral, ensuring that B-Man didn't really have a comfortable spacing to sit at. Although, I don't know, B-Man didn't push for the cycle that often, so that might have been his demise. Hyde Batista is actually almost as lopsided of a matchup as Seth Wald is. Really? Wow. I mean, I can't say I'm too surprised. Hyde doesn't have that insane of mobility. Tends to be that highly mobile characters have a better chance against Batista. Unless it's like, you know, Hilda or Laundrikia. Speaking of Hilda, looks like we're going to see one right now. Kyo, presumably. Kyo and Miyagi Muteki. Let's go. Should be a good one. Button check right now. Wait, really? Is it a button check? Nah, never mind. Maybe not. Yeah, Kyo's been playing Hilda for a long time. A very long time. On the other hand, Miyagi Muteki, I think they started playing towards the tail end of UNIL. But again, I mean, that doesn't even matter that much anymore because he's just undisputably the best Hyde in Japan right now. Yeah, in terms of the matchup, I think again for something like this, what matters more is not necessarily the matchup itself, but more so the knowledge the player has on the other character, and potentially how they can use their character's tools to gain the edge. Because I feel like a lot of characters have a good shot at beating Hilda, save for a few exceptions. A lot of characters have a chance at beating Hilda if the player just has the basic Hilda knowledge. You watch Hilda's hands if you want to be able to block her. Yeah, realistically, you shouldn't be getting hit by the what's it called, the Fallen Pain, whatever it's called, unless it's like off of the 50-50 setup and you're trying to fuzzy guard the 50-50 setup, in which case like that legitimately it's very hard to block. But if it's just like neutral or like just the usual block strings, then yeah, it should be fine to block. You're definitely right, that's a good cue to use, visual cue. But yeah, first round Miyagi Muteki's. Miyagi Muteki, there's a lot of I think he's done a lot of training mode streams for Hilda, and he's like sent clips on Twitter as well of some countermeasures he's come up with. That was one of them right there, actually. I was literally going to just mention it. Dash block DP if the Hilda player is close after setting the what's it called? The Gloom. Wake up dash block DP is pretty crazy. And that's it. Yep. Very well played. And see, there was nothing crazy in terms of Hyde stuff that Miyagi Muteki did. Very, what's the word? Very different from the Hyde play we've seen up to this point in the stream. This Hyde play was very much focused on the matchup rather than, you know, playing crazy. So yeah, worth pointing that out. But yeah, good stuff. Okay, this is Zero versus P4 Lucenter. Should be Batista and Lin. I thought we saw this match earlier. Maybe not. Okay, button check. Yeah, I don't know. There's not much I can add that I've already mentioned about this matchup. I used to hate this matchup when I was playing as Lin against Batista. But that was when I was not. That was when I was very early into playing the game. I mean, I think this matchup is still worth detesting. Like, let's not put it lightly. Batista is frustrating to play against, but Lin does an okay job compared to some other characters. It doesn't really matter sometimes either, because even if you have a good match against Batista, if you're blocking against her, you're still mortal to the B-drill. So round star 5C, rarely see that, but worked out there. Dash C gem set into throw. I need some of that Giga Brain juice that Zero has. Okay, yeah. Yup. P4 Lucenter guessed overhead. It was a low. Oh wow. Reaction reaction flash kick. Very well done. Yeah, P4 Lucenter just let the HNC rip. Didn't see anything necessarily, just went for a round start. That's them fixing the button they're holding for sure. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that has to be it, because there's no way, right? I'm pretty sure dash B gem set is punishable on block. Oh, that. Oh, okay, one more. Oh dear. Yeah, P4 Lucenter wasn't able to get what he wanted started. I think he was banking on, or they were banking on the HNC connecting at the round start. But Zero was one step ahead. What's going on? Kaji and Daniru. We saw this earlier in the stream as well. Is this tournament first to one? It's doubles first to one. Yeah, yep. It's the standard 2v2 format, Waseda format. So it's basically first to one, yeah. Which is always fun, isn't it? But yeah, don't worry, it's a doubles tournament, so. Yeah, Kaji has not really been challenged on these 6Bs and block strings. Although I do wonder how much experience Japan has against Laundry, because no, I mean Japan should have enough experience. There's also Mawaru playing the character a lot, and I think some other players have experimented quite a bit with him too. Saw the flash kick, easy peasy. Good damage, or decent damage. Oh. Yeah. Of all the things that Batista can do, you never expect the double overhead. Oh, there you go. Haha. 5A B drill. I'm pretty sure that's charge partitioning right there. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that's the Neko Miko setup. Oh my goodness. That's some good stuff. And that's over. GG. Yeah, that was a Batista round, all right. Yeah. That was basically the first partitioning I can recall the whole day. 5A B drill. No, I think Danilo played earlier today. No, but I think even when Danilo played earlier, I didn't see anything that looked like it. So yeah, you're right. Okay. Still moving through the top 8. Probably Suteneko and Goods. Yes, indeed. All right, this should be a good one. Yeah, it should be a good one. I actually don't even know how this matchup goes. But Ori is a strong character, and Goods is a strong player. Wow. Yep, for once, something works Abare against 6B. Let's go. Good presence of mind from Suteneko. Oh, unfortunate drop. The conversion. Yeah, a lot of standard uni, huh? Makes sense to me. Whip punish. Didn't they change the hitbox on Oria's 5B? I guess changing it wasn't enough to make it hit Mika out of dashing B, which to be fair, probably for the better. Persona keeps Mika in check if you oh my goodness. Oh, as well. Probably as well. Got it. Yeah. It's been reverted in UNI2. I see. You're talking about Oria's 5B? Tragedy if so. Oh, there it is. Round down. Got it, yeah. Well, so long glory days, I guess. It doesn't hit low anymore. Are you talking about dash B or are you talking about something else? I'm pretty sure Mika's dash B will still be a low. But we were talking about Oria's 5B. the hitbox buff that was introduced in UNICLR. Oh, nice confirm. I'm surprised that works, given how high in the air Aurea was, but... Oh, wake up DP! Oh, the 3B OS missed! That's a rare thing to see. Okay, how did that VO connect? Okay, didn't matter, I guess. Okay, then. Alright, then. Yeah, 5V Buck was making it slightly bigger and make it hit to the floor. Yeah, that one I remember. But regarding the low, I'm not sure which move you're referring to. Okay, so next is Libekichi versus Lipu, probably. Yes. Should be a good one. It's not been often that these two play each other. Surprisingly. Oh my goodness. Is this the power of Tornado? On trade, she just gets a conversion for free. Wow. That was a Libekichi round. Oh, that's going to be damage. Especially with this routing. Okay, spending the meter, interesting. Oh, great shield. Space Tornadoes +1. Oh, wow. That is news to me. I knew for sure it was safe. Because I used to always see Neji go for it in Unis. I'm not sure if that changed between Unis and UNICLR. Because, yeah, again, frame data, unfortunately, I haven't kept up with latest things on frame data. Or, not even just latest things, just... I've forgotten a lot of frame data. Oh, it's -2 normally. Oh my goodness. Well, then that move is very strong then. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, Sarah? Thanks for tuning in. You totally forgot that you can CS in the air? You sure can. It's not often that people do it. Or it's not often that it comes up, I should say it like that. But you definitely sure can. And yes, Phonon doing dash BCS is reasonable. And that is it. Libekichi, good stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Libekichi's pace and playstyle made it hard for Ripu to really get a clean and coherent offense going. Which can be an issue for Phonon, right? Even though Phonon's supposed to be able to keep Mika out, Mika has still tools that allow her to engage very quickly. Not just engage, but stay in for that matter. CSing in the air is not very good most of the time. It has its place though, yeah. Pretty much, that's a good way to put it, yeah. Yeah, you'll see it more often for when people cancel moves that leave them airborne at some point during the move. But outside of that, really not often otherwise. Okay, Suteneko versus Libekichi, the mirror match. The one to determine who is the best Mika. Of course, this is a joke, you guys. But yes, the mirror match. You know, mirror matches, a lot of the times there's not really much to say. And in the case of this Mika mirror, I don't know. Like, I still don't think there's much to say necessarily. Aside from like instances, moments, right? But I guess looking at it from a general overview, I don't know if there's much to say. But that being said, you still can say some things about mirror matches in general. For Gordo mirror match, for example, interestingly enough, Gordo can have an awkward time dealing with his own offense just because of how stubby his normals are. You have to definitely be very direct and intentful with the countermeasures you apply against Gordo's own pressure. So that's where the mirror can be, yes, a bit awkward and has some points worth mentioning too. The Mika mirror is 7-3. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly with Wald, yeah. When a character doesn't have good tools to deal with their own stuff, that's where the mirror legitimately, you know, you can't just write it off as, oh, it's even. Because the player that, you know, has the back foot or is on the defending side might have legitimately much harder time. Yeah, Wald's tools are really bad against Wald. Yeah. While I was talking, wow, Suteneko won cleanly. Libekichi had 0 chance, just got suffocated there. Yeah, unfortunate. But if you're Suteneko, definitely very happy to take that one with you. It's been an up and down day for Suteneko, but that should definitely reinvigorate the confidence and the belief for Suteneko and his team. All right then, so this is a pretty important match. I don't know where in the bracket they would be because I have no clue. I'm not keeping track. And I don't believe there was a bracket to begin with. It was just a handwritten bracket as it normally goes. So 0 versus QoL. All of Wald's tools are to account for having an A-frame normal. Yeah. A-frame A normal, yes. Yes, right. But when he plays against himself, he just kind of bullies himself. Yeah. Yeah, I figured as such. Alright, so QoL, he's going to need to get the offense going and need to keep it. That's the most important part. It definitely can be done. Ooh, yeah, flash kick though. Okay. Good shielding. Yeah, anytime Batista does lasers to keep herself safe / plus, don't miss on the opportunity to shield because it's basically free. She's not going to be able to grid break you as long as you don't green shield the last hit. But it's not really hard to avoid doing that. Yeah, the shielding has been great. Just again, this is just general uni knowledge, and you're just applying it to Batista moments, which is good. So yeah, I think QoL is approaching it the right way so far. Although time is running out, as it tends to go. Might need a 2-2C just to get in, to be honest. Oh, that's good. Oh! But, yeah, air action still remained. I think a 2-2C might have been good, just to jail Batista for a little bit. Hopefully find a way in. And there especially, if Zero had somehow had to block the 2-2C in the air, that's a free hit for QoL, and that would have probably been enough to win the round. Great, found the opportunity there. Divine Thrust. It is so important for QoL to try to keep this offense here. Okay. Ooh, spending the CS. I mean, QoL was banking on being able to win it again, which he did, but. Oh, okay, Palebringer. All right, a chance. Yep. Oh no, punish. Oh, had time to block. That's incredible. Maybe Batista's IW startup is much longer than I thought. I'm not sure. That or much more time had passed since the start of Oria's backdash that he had time to block still. I mean, Oria's backdash is really good, don't get me wrong. Mid-screen, it is insane. frustrating, in fact. Great punish. Oh, didn't have the meter. I think Cosette thought he had the meter to go into EX Divine Thrust, but now gave away the cycle just by a hair too. Brutal. 13 frame startup on Batista's IW. Yeah, given where Oreo was in the backdash, it might have just barely been enough time to guard afterwards. So I think that would make sense. And also there might be travel time for the lasers on the IW, I'm not sure. Just keep her in block stun, easy. Yep, and that's it. Nice. Rare to see a War of Attrition won against the likes of Batista, for that matter. But whatever works, works. Doesn't matter how you win, as long as it's a win. So good stuff to Koze. So now Daniru versus Miyagi Muteki. This should be a really good match. Really, really good one. Yep, I was say Dondoko. Miyagi Muteki playing it very patiently too. You can just tell like he has the matchup knowledge, but it might. I mean, you can have matchup knowledge, sure, but this is Batista we're talking about. Oh, he didn't DP. I think you can DP safely there, right? Like that one should work no problem. Okay, backdash on the RPS makes sense. Mid screen, it's really good option. Ooh, just before the cycle. Yeah. Huge hit. Ooh. Combo drop. You don't want to see those. Oh, that should hit. Yep. And that's probably dead. Oh, you can count on Miyagi Muteki to go for a harder combo than he needed to. Yep, nice, confirm. Ooh. Oh, the Fireball Oki was really good by Daniru, yeah. Because the gem definitely would have gone to waste had it been placed right after that, due to the back tech. But thanks to the Fireball being there, Miyagi Muteki had to still respect the gem that was set afterwards since it detonated right away. If Vad is partitioning stuff in neutral and flooding the screen with stuff, Hyde doesn't have an easy time. Yeah. That one I can agree with. I think Nekomiko and Needle go for partitions a lot more than Daniru. That's what I've noticed too. And that's it. I mean, yeah, good game, but again, you have to wonder. Yeah, Batista. If it's gonna come down to attrition, Batista shouldn't be the one that's fighting from behind, right? Like just ordinarily, but you know, that's still well fought. But yeah. Okay. So they advance. What's next? Oh, YouTube is buffering. Let's go. Okay, never mind. We're good. Okay, here we go. Let's see it. Suteneko QoL. Alright, here we go. Dash up 5, eh? Round start. I would have expected that more so from the player on the other side than from the Mika player, but you know. Interesting combo ender. Ooh. So Suteneko put himself in a great position to fight back for the cycle, which was huge there. Obviously the assault was part of it too. The assault JB right after the what's it called? The tech. The recovery. Well, you rarely see air assault try to get out of the corner. But yeah, if you can fit it in, thread the needle slightly, then it can be really effective. You do have to be careful about anti-airs, of course. In fact, it's probably better to not risk it most often. But if you can throw it in once or twice, then can't allow for a narrow escape. Oh, punish. Yep. Apologies in advance about this, guys. We'll probably make this the one and only tournament that we watch today. Of course, it should be understandable, though. We've been going for 4 hours, 18 minutes now, so yeah, we can make this the last. Yeah, that was a great one on the cycle. Very narrow. Yep. If you can still fight for it, feel good about it, then it's worth giving it a shot. Even if, you know, it puts you in a little bit uncomfortable situation with shielding. Oh, dear. Okay. Okay. For once, Oria's backdash gets completely bodied. Alright, alright. 2-2 CI when neutral. Yeah, Koze was going fishing and the Divine Trust. Yeah, you didn't go for the kill. Yep. But he got away with it. So Suteneko beat Libekichi. Koze beat Suteneko. And now, what's going on here now? Okay, so Ripu and Miyagi Muteki. This is like an arcade classic as well. These two played a lot in Arcade Unist. A lot. Like I can't like say how many games, cause I don't know, but has to be like in the thousands. Okay. Oh, missed so much damage there. It's okay, it's okay. This is still a good chance. Oh, yep. Okay. So Dondoko was going for the throw on the green shield, but he didn't dash up. And because green shield does push back slightly, can make it tricky to throw green shields in a situation like that. But he was still present in mind of it. Oh, what a shield. Nice. Backdash. I don't think that punished. Surely not, right? That would feel so bad for Phonon if that punished, but I doubt it. Oh, there he missed the throw. Throw then towards the corner. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You're keeping it simple. Oh dear. Keeping it simple, I say. Brutal. Okay, Vorpal strip. Oh my goodness. Delay DP. Delay DP. Yeah, yeah. There's wake up DP and then there's delay DP. How do you deal with that? You just wait a little longer or something? I mean, you know, obviously it's fine to beat. You can beat it, but it's like people rarely do it. So, but yeah, good stuff. That was fun. Okay, so what's going on next? Is that it? Nope. A few more. Wait a little longer, and they introduce walk up dash throw. Yeah, yeah. Yep. It feels so bad to get thrown on your own wake up. Yeah, yeah, wake up. Yeah. It feels so bad to get thrown on your own wake up. I guess that's when you start doing wait and then assault or something. Which is also risky because then they just dash block. Okay, Suteneko versus... Oh wait, no, that was it. That was it. I was sleeping. Sorry. Yep, Kesho Medito. Okay.
レバーレスにしてから2週間でここまで来ました。ありがとうございます。
はい、ありがとうございました。はい、ということで、とりあえずですね、今年のどんどこ2023ランダム2オン大会、いかがだったでしょうか。とりあえず今日、この後ですね、19時までなんですけど、
Oh no, you're all good.
行かれる方、忘年会、が20時に神楽坂降りたところにある未来坂でやりますんで、多分ね移動がちょっとかかるんですよ。なので、まあ、大会もちょっと早く終わりましたんで、18時45分には撤収準備したいと思います。18時45分にはゲームやめていただいて撤収の準備いたしますのでよろしくお願いいたします。はい、あと業務連絡でこの後飲み会の集金をやりたいと思います。飲み会代の集金やりたいと思います。飲み会代、1人当たり5000円になっておりますのでよろしくお願いいたします。はい、というわけであとはフリープレイとなります。今日は皆さんありがとうございました。
I tried. I have no clue. But yeah, I guess that's over. Yeah. So that was a great tournament. A lot of great matches individually throughout it. I'm glad they got to show a lot of individual matches because I'm surprised they were able to cover a lot of the tournament throughout it. But congrats. I think it was the team consisting of Miyagi Muteki and Koze. Congrats to them. So yeah, okay. Yep, that's going to be all we'll be watching for tournaments today. I do have a few more things to touch on before the stream ends. These are kind of reflective things on UNICLR, because I do expect this to be the last stream I'll do covering UNICLR related stuff before UNI2, of course. Yeah, we can put on some music back. Let me turn it down too. Oops. There we go. Yeah, so what do we have left, right, to discuss? Primarily things related to what's ahead, what lies ahead, and what we've encountered in UNICLR, throughout UNICLR. So coming up in terms of major events that are going on in Japan for UNI2, there's going to be a Huapon game night. This is going to be run by the community. It looks like it'll be on the 24th of no, I'm silly. No. This is the wrong info. There's okay, there we go. The 28th of January, this event's going to be run. It's going to have UNI2, it's going to have Type Lumina, it's going to have Dengeki, and it's going to have NBA ACC. And the previous tweet was trying to show the player list as of January 5th. And if we look at the UNI2 column, there's a lot of stacked. This is like super stacked, like a lot of good players from the Tokyo area. I mean, we can point them out, but there's still probably going to be more that will register up to the time that the event's beginning. So if you guys are looking for some high-level uni footage to watch as the game starts, this is a good event to watch in Japan. Of course, there are lots of other events that will be happening over the rest of the world, but as you guys already know, this channel covers mostly the uni scene in Japan. It's super insane right now, and considering this is mostly consisting of Tokyo area players, I do wonder if players from other regions will make their visits as well for this event, given that it seems to be like a high-profile event for sure. So yeah, I'm excited for it. It is worth noting some old-school players like Kai. I haven't heard of Kai in a while. If it's the same Kai I'm thinking of, Seth player. Notes making the return. Sonaru is exciting. Neji. Some players that we haven't seen in quite a while seem to be making the return. And given what we saw in Stormy Night last year, I think a lot of those players from the arcade era of Unist are trying to make their triumphant re-entry into the game. So that's going to be really exciting if that's the case. But yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on the player list to see if anyone else notable decides to register. And I'm not even sure if this is up to date because, again, this is the snapshot from January 5th. Yeah, it's very stacked indeed. You want to add more Kaguya stuff? You know, Kaguya, I think once the players have more, like basically once Kaguya is in our hands for a bit longer, we can hopefully find combos that are a bit more stable. Because it seems that what people have found right now, her combos are just not very coherent at the moment. Like they just don't seem to be held together by much stability at the current time. It's unfortunate too, because I think she's a cool gameplay character wise, but she's a cool character gameplay wise, but you know, it's to be seen whether whether she'll hold up in a true competitive play. All right, I found an updated list. This is from the 11th, and there are a few other players. Let me see. Oh, I missed Moyo, but Moyo Wagner player, I imagine. Looks like they'll be in attendance. Watanabe Shacho is exciting. Otherwise, I think... Okay, I see. So Toritama, I think a phone-on player. So at least there'll be a phone-on to watch if any of you are phone-on fans other than Ripu. But yeah, aside from that, I think we'll have to keep an eye on the player list as the date gets closer. You found a stable throw route that does 2074 no Vorpal. That's exciting. I mean, hey, it's better than nothing, right? Absolutely. You know, I think throw combos are starting to become like the power creep element of Uni. From what I've noticed, a lot of characters over time have been starting to get combo routes or confirmed somehow from throw. And we'll see. We'll see where that lands over time. I wanted to make a video collecting my thoughts on something like that, but you know, it's really hard to try to form these opinions into words that people would be interested in watching or listening to. So I'll have to think about it more. We'll see. But yeah, I want to mention this. This is an event to look forward to, you guys, that's going on in Japan. Aside from that, let me go back to the in-birth portal. I can't think of anything else that's upcoming. There's going to be one more matching night uni online tournament happening before UNI2's release. It's coming up this week, so if you're interested, definitely tune in for it. Otherwise, I think we'll have to keep an eye on some forthcoming uni events, aside from, of course, the obvious ones like KGP and Evo Japan. In fact, if you aren't familiar with KGP, let's go ahead and pull that up right now, because this one is happening shortly after Evo Japan, if I recall correctly. Yeah, so yeah, May 4th through 5th in Osaka. A lot of fantastic games in here, but among them is UNI2. And because of the location, because of the circumstances, we should see a lot of high-profile players in this edition. Last year, you can see the results from last year, and based on the results alone, you can see how stacked it was. Kyo being the winner, but Hishigata in attendance, Ryusei as well. And keep in mind that this was during a time where UNICLR was still probably not as active, so imagine how crazy it's going to be for this upcoming year, or for this upcoming KGP, where UNI2's got some fever behind it. People are a lot more excited about it overall. I think it's going to be an insane tournament. So if you're going to Japan for Evo Japan, which I'm happy to say, guys, I will be doing all that I can. At least as far as plans are concerned at the current time, I do plan on going to Evo Japan and thus KGP as well. So if you are also going, yeah, it'll be exciting to catch everyone that's interested in playing the Uni tournament here. But yeah, otherwise, there's Evo Japan, which most of you should be already familiar with already. Aside from this, I can't think of other noteworthy tournaments that are happening in Japan anytime soon. Well, again, I'll be keeping an eye on things that will be going on. But aside from that, there's one last thing I wanted to talk about, which was, unfortunately, we didn't get to everything I wanted to discuss in this stream. But the last thing was kind of a retrospective on UNICLR. I don't know how many people have looked at the patch notes for UNICLR 1.03, namely, but these patch notes are definitely worth keeping in the back of our minds in terms of thinking about where the game has come from up to this point. A lot of system changes are being made in a minimal degree, right? And we're not sure on the impact of them until the game's in our hands for a little bit longer. But things such as small things like, you know, exist limit, where it's like after you CVO, you know, they don't get as much meter, right? Those things no one's really going to notice, but these were things that were added in UNICLR. Things like assault being able to go over 2As is huge. And it's just like a general thing, but it's not for every single crouching move, but it's just like a general, like, you know, when you assault, like, you know, it'll go over 2As, right? Let me see if there's any other thing that's like universal that I thought was worth pointing out. I mean, to be honest, the game has continued to grow and mature from this point. This patch, along with 1.0, were both kind of controversial at the time. And we'll see what UNI2 will do to iterate upon this, improve upon it, that kind of thing. Infinite block string chaos. Doesn't everyone love chaos UNICLR? I think that's the thing too. Like, chaos is really strong in UNICLR, and many people are just gonna completely not realize, like, you know, this is the version of chaos that we probably won't have anything like for some time now, because chaos is getting a lot of changes. Not even just the changes he's getting alone, but the fact that creeping edge exists might be something that hurts him more than it might hurt other characters. So yeah, we'll have to definitely pay our respects to Claire Chaos. He's a lot of work, but man, he's so strong. Precisely. Yep. Claire especially. I think so. But yeah, unfortunate. We won't be able to get to see him at this sort of power level for much longer. So enjoy him in training mode while you still can. I mean, although UNICLR is not going anywhere, you guys can still play it, of course, at your leisure. But in terms of actively being played, you know, we're moving on to UNI2. So, but yeah, well, I forgot what I was gonna mention, to be honest, about the patch notes. I mean, other than that, they're here, and it's good to look at these from time to time to see where things have gone from here. Because man, did they make a lot of changes in UNICLR that are completely just gonna go over people's heads, because, you know, again, it's not the game that people pay as much attention to compared to UNIST. So we'll see. But I'll definitely post the link to these, and well, for one, it's already on the Under Night and Birth subreddit. I can just pull it up right now. If you go to the pinned post, it's already here. It's already pinned and linked here. But I'll go ahead and post this in the description too. It's good. It's just good to look at these and see where the game has come from this point, and also it'll be helpful for people trying to figure out like where their character might have improved or not, coming from the UNI2, because the context of the UNI2 patch notes is going to be from these patch notes, so it's going to be important to refer to these back. And mind you, if ArcSys for whatever reason decides to unhost these patch notes from their website, we'll have to have some backup copies locally. So it's worth trying to obtain this for yourself, and, you know, if you're interested, then you just refer back to it when you're experiencing with your character in UNI2. The nerf for Batista Beedrill that got reverted, right? Oh, I remember that. That was crazy. And then also like Wagner's combo throw doing 1 billion damage for no reason. Man, yeah, we're gonna look back at these things and be like, yeah, rest in peace, you know. But honestly, why didn't they just keep Batista's Beedrill like the way it was in 1.0 UNICLR? I wouldn't have minded. I would have been okay with it. But yeah, I'm gonna post this in the description right now. So this is just 1.03 patch notes. These are always going to be there. Well, who knows? Maybe the link will be dead eventually. But again, if you download it, you'll always have it. Yeah. Aside from that, you guys, that's all I had planned for the stream, or at least all I have energy for. I'm definitely running out of stamina now. But I hope you all enjoyed the analysis, the discussion, the perspectives that were brought to the stream today. And I'm thinking about this right now, and it's doubtful that this will go in main upload anytime soon. But if it does, then, you know, just be on the lookout for it. Again, we focus primarily on Dondoko Toshi Yasure UNI today. So if you want to ever catch the VOD for it, it's always linked in the stream's description. And of course, make sure to follow Nupu's channel, the tournament organizer. Follow the sources, follow the players' social medias, which aren't linked in the description, won't be. But if you've watched any previous videos on this channel, most of the players are familiar from those videos, so you'll be able to find their social media somewhere in those. But yeah, regardless, that's all I've got for today, you guys. Hope you enjoyed it. Trip guarding was standardized in Claire. Was that that was the fuzzy hitbox, right? Or not hitbox, but timing. I'm trying to think of exactly what this would imply. Trip guarding. No, that doesn't make any sense. What am I talking about? Are we talking about how did people refer to trip guarding long ago? Is this just like when you're hitting someone in landing recovery, you hit them with a sweep or something? Landing recovery, yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, that change I've forgotten myself, so I'm completely conflating a lot of things. Yeah, maybe I need to take a look at these myself. Follow my own advice. Yeah, you can get clipped landing. Yes. Yeah, which is good. Again, if you're gonna have something like landing recovery for shields, then you definitely want to make sure that you know, it's applied properly. Okay, yeah, thanks everyone that tuned in, hanged out. Thanks Jordan for sticking with it. Yeah, I hope you all enjoyed the stream. The next time I'll stream Uni is probably when the game's out. So I'll see you guys then, unless you come through for one of the various other games that I stream. If so, yeah, feel free to say hi or whatever. But yeah, apart from that, see you guys next time. Thanks for watching.